What is up? How you guys doing? Good, I hope. Oh god, it's cracked like every single bone in my body. Hey, Joshu. How are you doing, man? I'm gonna give people a couple minutes to join here as we get started. Let those YouTube notifications send out. What chapter are we on? An excellent question. Chapter 4, I think. Hey, Wandering. Hey, Vibin. Like the Daru cosplay in the thumbnail? Hey, Kyler. What is up? Hey, 12 hours. Oh, almost totally missed my mouth with my drink. Feels good. Hey, Magneta, you did make it. Welcome, welcome. I have another fire meme of Steins Gate today. I think I already posted it on the Discord. But you know. Trying to plug my stream places as well. Big time shilling, big time advertising. You know me, king of the plugs every stream. Hey gamer, this stream gonna be good? Is it? I for one think every stream is good. I'm just kidding, not every stream is a winner. But what can you do? When you get like 100 streams a year, you know, sometimes you pick and choose which ones are going to be good. But I appreciate the faith that today's stream will be good. The Game Awards stream tomorrow, that's right, I forgot. Because you reminded me at the Discord yesterday, which, by the way, thank you, Gamer, because what a tragedy that would have been if we missed it. We have a yearly tradition at this channel where I do a live reaction to the Game Awards. So tomorrow, I thought I was going to stream Steins Gate Wednesday and Thursday. But I forgot that the Game Awards, the giant cringe celebration of gaming every year, is live streaming tomorrow. So I'm going to do a live reaction to that. We can watch it live together. I'll eat those copyrights for all the new game trailers and stuff, no problem, because I mean I already eat all the copyright strikes from the Steins Gate streams anyway, so what's a couple more? And we'll laugh together at all of the games and all of the clearly bought awards from games that don't deserve awards that clearly get them. So stay tuned for that one tomorrow. The stream time will probably be a bit different because I think the stream awards start at a different time than I normally stream. Game Awards 2022 Central Time. God, I hate... Why do web pages use a white background, bro? I just don't understand. I'm here to see the end of the Sonic vs. Genshin drama. I don't know why people are so worked up about the drama. The, like, actual, like, participation of, like, user polls only affects, like, what, 5% of the vote? So you're not even, like, a full member of, like, the voting council of, like, all the people that submit awards. So I'm actually kind of surprised by how much the, that drama exploded. Okay, so it looks like it starts at 7 p.m. my time. So, I will actually probably just start the stream at 6, and we'll just do a games. Well, I'll start the stream at my normal time, I think. And I will, we can just chat about, like, what games should win what awards and stuff before the actual stream goes live. Yeah, because it starts at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, which means it would start 6:30 p.m. Central, which is my time zone, yeah? So yeah, we'll just go live at my normal time, and then we'll just talk about, we'll look through the award categories and what we, what everyone thinks. He is on the good route? Okay. Anytime someone says that, I get concerned, because I always feel like I'm getting memed. I've got chat up on the stream. That was a suggestion from previous streams that I get the chat back up there. Fuck. Wait, I think I know where I am. Oh, Lord. No spoilers, but that doesn't fill me with anxiety at all. No worries. Best route? Good. I can't tell if I'm being memed or not. You gonna have a good time? Best route? I forgot most of it. Classic. I love those forgettable routes. But Suzaha is already in the, on this route, Joshu. But yeah, that was enough, my plug. Tomorrow we'll do the Game Awards, because I thought I was going to do Steins Gate again. And then we'll probably do Steins Gate on Friday again, because I was thinking about doing Pokemon on Friday, but I think that's going to push my streams back a day, so we can do a live reaction to the Game Awards, because that is always fun. I think this this route gave you the most chill. I'm not trying to be chill. I'm trying to be traumatized and anxiety-inducing. Alright, we'll start in one more minute. We'll get rolling with this chapter. Aperture desk job? What is that? That's probably like a Valve VR game, isn't it? Aperture desk job. Oh, that came out. This did come out this year. And this is requires a controller. Playing with a mouse and keyboard is not supported. Weird Valve would release a controller not support, or a mouse and keyboard not supported game. Why do you want our Okabe boy to be traumatized more? Because I need his level of depression to match my own. So we gotta up that intensity, up the trauma. reminder to like the video, obviously. Alright. Hihana's Stigma. That's why Spider-Man gets into so much trouble. I will say, I feel like it's time for Peter Parker to just get some solid W's. Now that Miles Morales is there to be, like, the more relatable to the younger generation, you know, to be the young, poor kid that goes through all sorts of trauma, like, Miles Morales can get all those stories now. It's his turn. Peter has earned a W where he can finally get married to Mary Jane and just be done with all of the bullshit that happens to his life. And just let him be a successful, like, scientist, businessman, superhero guy. And now Miles can inherit the title of that Peter Luck. And he can get all of the, you know, the relatable, fuck, I can't pay rent this month drama. Because it's always so weird to me. It seems like they constantly... this is now a tangent that's not even related to Steins Gate, but... it always feels like they so infrequently, like, establish any, like, real, like... establish a difference between Peter and Miles and, like, stick to it. In some issues, they're, like, the same age and the same level of experience. In some issues, Peter's a mentor for Miles. In some issues, Peter's dead. Like, it just never is consistent. That's what bugs me about it. I hope with Spider-Man 2 PS5, or whatever the game's called, they fully establish that, like, Peter can actually go on to be successful, and we can have the, like, day-to-day struggles of Spider-Man with Miles. Should chat be where it is on the screen? It does now look like it's going to take up... it's going to cover some of the text. Tuesday the 13th. It is very... Tuesday the 13th is the scariest day of the year. Bottom right. But bottom right will cover up text when the dialogue starts. When the dialogue starts, like, down here, yeah? Let's try it down there. See how much, if it covers anything up. When that dialogue starts. VCU's grounds were dead quiet. It was after 11. Some of the labs worked all night and into the morning, so the place wasn't completely abandoned. But compared to daytime, it was quiet. The lights in the halls were off, and it was a little scary walking down them alone. Shouldn't we not be alone? Maho lived in the research apartments next to the lab. She'd been thinking about so many things that night, her head felt like it was going to explode. Then she looked out the window and realized that the lights were still on at the brain science lab. The doctor must have been working late. She decided to put some coffee in a thermos and take it to him. Why am I doing so much research about time machines anyway? Okay, nope. What if I put it here? That's gonna cover up the phone. What if I put it next to me? Is it too crowded around here? Ever since she'd come back from Japan in January, she'd spent all her free time on it, even if she had to admit she was getting obsessed. Ooh, time machine drama. Of course, since this wasn't something she could research in public, and since she couldn't let it interfere with her real job, she had to do all of it in her own room at night. As a result, she was staying up late, battling with physics textbooks, an unfamiliar subject to her. Exhaustion and lack of sleep were starting to get to her. The whole idea of a time machine was stupid. Still, though, she was surprised at how desperate she was getting. This is all because of Okabe. What Okabe had said to her in Japan had still stuck with her. I want games to establish like a written law of gaming that when you do like transitions, you can't fade to white. I don't want anyone to ever fade to white. Fade to black. If you're gonna go like, if it's a flashback, fade to sepia brown. Just stop flashing to white. I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure every time that happens. It's possible that Kurusu may have been involved in the paper he wrote. He could have been lying or wrong or simply delusional, but part of her wanted to believe it was real. Of course, from what she'd seen of Dr. Nakabachi's paper, she didn't want to believe Kurusu was involved. It was just that bad. So, I'm sure the game will explain it, right? But how did we get on the world line where Dr. Nakabachi's paper sucks? Because... Or is Maho just projecting that this sucks? That the paper sucks? Because I thought, at least in the original Steins Gate game, what should we refer to Steins Gate? Steins Gate 1? Steins Gate OG? It seemed to be implied that Kurusu had figured it all out, and it was a time machine, and it worked. But then in Steins Gate 0, we're like retconning the paper to suck. Does Dr. Nakabachi like make edits to it that makes it suck? Or is she just projecting, is Maho just projecting that it sucks because the idea of time travel is just so out there that it seems like it sucks? Because again, we've now experienced so many different world lines that I'm forgetting some of the facts of like the world line that we're on and this paper. You know, I got Okabe syndrome, or whatever the fuck they call it. My own reading Steiner. Overlapping the world lines. What the fuck is going on? He just messed up copying the content of her paper? They could have published a shitty version. Okay. Because, yeah, I thought we were pretty sure that Kurusu had figured it out. But now everyone's, like, shitting on this paper. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure, like, we're all on the same page here. There was a plane fire. Isn't the plane fire only in OG? Because the plane fire is in the good, true ending. The bad ending is there's a plane fire, but he's got the metal Upa that has him take the he has to take the paper with him, like on the plane. Yeah. And yeah, in Zero, the plane fire is irrelevant because he's got to work around for it. He gets a lucky break. Okay, so right now then we will just go off the assumption that the paper gets messed up because he, like, in his own massive ego, thinking he's smarter than Kurusu, he edits the paper into a shit show, and we know Kurisu's plan actually works. Yeah. And that Russia's trying to get Kurisu's actual research. That's why they want Kurisu's laptop. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be my headcanon theory here right now. We're trying to predict the plot a little bit, establish the timeline. Don't ask questions, ebook narrator, it'll be explained soon. I'm sure it will, but I gotta theorize and stuff. So that's gonna be how we think this works. Nakabachi's so full of himself, has such a big ego, he tries to edit the paper, fucks it up, CERN / Russia figures out that it's on the right track, but that's not the right data, so they go to try to find Kurasu's laptop, which is why they're after Okabe and crew. Yeah. There we go. We figured it out. Anyway, she didn't want to believe Kurasu had written the paper. The paper was just that bad. But what if his version is an inferior copy of an original that Kurasu wrote herself? Stop! I remember the scenes that happened, like, last time we streamed. If she could have written it off as a slim possibility, everything would have been so much easier. So does he have the Metal Upa in this world line or not? He does. This is the Metal Upa world line. This is the bad ending. Remember, he loses... Nakabachi gets the plastic Upa in the true ending. But the true ending is not the Steins Gate 0 ending. Which, again, I will say, knowing the true ending, I feel dampens Steins Gate 0 a bit. It's like getting spoiled on the story. Like, we got spoilers. I mean, the journey is still interesting to see how we connect all those dots, but we know the final dot. So now we're just connecting the two. But it was just like her, she thought, to be unable to do that. I want to find what Kurasu found. That desire was what drove her to action. But the more research she did, the harder it seemed. It was so hard, she was starting to lose faith in what she wanted to believe. Her usual complex started weighing down on her. Kurasu, I can't be you after all. Kurasu was her dear friend, but at the same time, she was starting to feel jealous, frustrated, and hateful. And when all those feelings started going around in her mind, there was no way she could focus on work. It was time to chat with the doctor for a while, and then go to sleep. She headed to the lab. Professor?
Hmm? Yo, Maho.
Yo, Maho. The doctor seemed surprised at her sudden visit, but he stood up from his chair and welcomed her. Who brings you here? It's time for kids to be in bed. I'll say those exact same words to you. You got that right. The doctor laughed innocently like a child at her cutting remark. They're alone. Why are they speaking Japanese? An excellent question. I think it would have been interesting if they had the voice actors speak English in these scenes where it would make sense story-wise for them to be speaking English. She does only speak, Maho only speaks Japanese with Kurasu and Okabe. The cup on the doctor's desk was empty. She poured him some coffee from the thermos. It wasn't the sticky sweet cafe latte that she liked. She made it straight black to match the professor's tastes. I have the same coffee tastes as Maho. You can take that as you will, but I like those super sweet coffees. The room was filled with steam and a pleasant smell, but I will say I do like the smell of black coffee. But I enjoy those more accurately enjoy the sweet, sugary milkshake-like coffees. A bit girly, a little bit girly. I also like the very fruity alcohol drinks as well, that are like really flavored. Also, Kyler, I don't think the cosplay DLC is actually official DLC. I think that's part of the fan mod. Because it's not on Steam as DLC. You can't buy it. I think it's just fan-made. I've never met anyone who's liked black coffee. If it wasn't for tough guys on social media, I honestly don't even think the people who like make black coffee part of their personality like black coffee. It was never really officially released in the West. Why? That's so weird. This is a surprise. You're bringing me coffee? I'm not that bad, am I? But I thought you hated this sort of thing. As I recall, it was the first day you came to this lab. Mary was passing out morning coffee to everyone and you refused. Do you remember what you said then? Did you come to work to make coffee? That's rude. If you got time to make coffee, why not get started on work? I was in awe, I remember. This new kid is something. That was such a long time ago. You don't need to bring it up now. Maho's cheeks swelled in embarrassment. Back then I was... Well, everyone called me the girl genius, and I kinda let it go to my head. I know better now. Lessons Kurisu should have learned, huh? Celeb 17. Mary was another scientist at the lab. After Maho had apologized, they'd gone on to be friends. You're so mean, Professor. I'm never making you coffee again, okay? Just as she was thinking of taking the coffee, she poured back. That's right, Professor. Don't be so mean to Senpai. She heard a voice from the doctor's computer. Oh, AI Kurisu? Yeah, it's me. I was just examining her program. She moved around to where she could see the monitor, and sure enough, the AI Kurisu CG model was displayed on it. I like that Amadeus is a VTuber. Good evening, Senpai. Sorry to see you working so late. Maho chuckled to herself. AI Kurisu is just a program running on a computer, but she still couldn't stop herself from saying things like that. After all the time they'd spent together, AI Kurisu was no different than a human to her. Were VTubers a thing yet when this game came out? I feel like VTubers have become popularized in like the last 2 years or so. But were VTubers a thing earlier than this? Well, yeah. Were they? I'm not being mean to Maho. I was actually quite impressed with what she had said to Mary. I thought she was very logical, cool-headed, and entertaining. That's why I made her my assistant. Of course, I don't mind the new, nicer version of you. The doctor gave her a wink as he reached for his coffee cup. Thanks for the coffee. Steins Gate came out in 2015. Okay, so around the same time. Steins Gate 0 ahead of its time. As he drank his coffee, he grabbed the corners of his eyelids and gave them a little massage. He was acting cheerful, but evidently he was really tired. How much later is he going to stay up? Why is he drinking the coffee? What were you doing with the program? Oh, you know, for the paper I'm writing. The mechanisms Amadeus uses to lie. If we figure out this part of the program, we can learn more about how humans lie, you know. Women's lies sometimes hide important secrets. I can't say I approve of you trying to discover them. AI Kurisu's expression was deadly serious. I'm not trying to discover your secrets. I just want to know the thought process involved in telling a lie. That's fine. If I have to reveal something, I'll start by revealing Maho's sweet secrets. Don't be weird. What are my sweet secrets anyway? Oh, I couldn't say. She played dumb. Sometimes Kurisu liked to joke around. It was infuriating and at the same time kind of cute. You think Amadeus has an underwear model? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. For example, do you think I don't know about the stuffed animal that he got you at the arcade? The first thing she thought of when she heard the word arcade was what happened back in Akihabara, Japan. She tried so many times to get the stuffed animal and failed each time. Okabe had won it easily and given it to her. I mean, yeah, when you think about it, Kyler, that's where you gotta start from when you're making the model, right? And then work your way. Then you've got to model the clothing and such. What about it? You've got it on your bed, don't you? What are you talking about? That's a present for your mom. Then what's it doing on your bed? Because your mom says she's looking for a new house, and she's living in an apartment. I don't want to give her more stuff to haul around. Really? Really? Anyway, that stuffed animal is an important reminder of you. What's wrong with snuggling it with it as I sleep? Oh, so it is on your bed. And you snuggle with it when you sleep? That's so cute. Tell me more details, please. The stupid computer program had tricked her. By the time she realized, it was already too late. Both AI Kurisu and the doctor, who had been listening the whole time, were smiling at her. She glared at them, her cheeks flushed. Looks like AI Kurisu won this round, huh? It doesn't matter who won or lost. I'm going to bed. Good night. She turned to leave the office, fuming. But before she could leave, AI Kurisu got in one final parting shot. Maho, you haven't talked to Okabe for a whole week. If you keep putting off talking to him because you're busy, you're gonna regret it later, okay? Hey, AK. Listen. Are you really that insistent on getting me and Okabe together? Maho stormed over to the monitor, but AI Kurisu seemed unconcerned. Do you ever think about seeing him in person again? Nope. I see. Well, that's a shame. For some reason, the doctor shook his head sadly. I've got another joint project coming up in Japan, and I was thinking of getting in touch with Linthalo while I was there. I was wondering whether I should invite you. I guess not. She'd heard nothing about this. Most of the time, whenever the professor had a project coming up, she'd hear it through the school's network ahead of time. Why would she hear it through the, I feel like that's weird, right? If the professor has a project coming up, she'd hear it through the school. But since she is the doctor's assistant, wouldn't she be the one scheduling and organizing everything? Wouldn't the doctor say, hey, I want to get this done in Japan? Set up the schedule, get the tickets, do the stuff. Isn't that what assistants do? That's like assistant work, yeah? Like, okay. You're going back to Japan? Yeah. There's a Steins Gate Hello Kitty crossover. Let's see. Steins Gate Hello Kitty. What is Hello Kitty anyway? Is it just like a bunch of merch? I like how out of place the Hello Kitty model is in the Steins Gate crossover. It's like they didn't even give they didn't even draw a Hello Kitty in the Steins Gate art style. They just put Hello Kitty there. That's so weird. At least, like, redraw it. Weird. I guess we know what game we're streaming next, boys. The Hello Kitty expansion of Steins Gate. This song. Isn't this song very fitting for me talking about Hello Kitty Steins Gate? Make the most adorable character to exist, have her suffer, profit. Ah, I see we're talking about Mayuri again in chat. XD. Do people not like this song? I kind of like this song as like the derpy comedy relief scene song. I mean, obviously I'm not gonna like listen to this song outside of playing the game. It's not like a banger or anything. But I appreciate like this song for like the comedy relief scenes. She had to stop herself from immediately saying that she wanted to go to Japan. If she did, the doctor and AI Kurisu would make fun of her again. But she didn't want to miss the chance. There was still a lot she needed to do in Japan. More than anything, she wanted to talk to Okabe in person about the time machine in Kurisu. It definitely was not because she just liked talking to him. No. Please take me to... In the end, she gave in. Ah, you've finally become honest about your feelings. Let's come up with a plan to tell him how much you love him. Come on, guys. Maho's starting to get tired of dealing with them. Okay, joking aside. I'm honestly not sure if I can take you or not. Well, then why tell her? What? What do you mean? A lot happened to you in Japan, right? The brain science lab is very concerned. That's not... Then there's what happened to Kurisu. The directors don't want to lose any more talented personnel. Well, then why are they sending you? I'll be fine. I was fine last time, wasn't I? In other words, you want to go to Japan and see Linthalo back badly, huh? Do I need to go talk to HR about sexual harassment? Oh, sorry, please don't do that. But why not seriously consider dating him? It's possible he'll be coming here in the future, right? You should try to get your hooks into him while you can. Damn, AI Kurisu is aggressive. She was not like this as a person. She's definitely become a different person as an AI. Yeah, get those hooks in early, girl. Stop sounding like a nosy aunt. Alright, Maho, I understand. I'll talk to the directors, but just know I can't guarantee anything. Right, thanks. I'm being pretty serious, actually. Are you still saying stuff? It really felt like she was talking to Kurisu. The feeling was much stronger when they first started on Amadeus. And that reminded her of something she'd almost done many times but stopped. Why not tell AI Kurisu about the time machine? She didn't know if Kurisu had completed the time machine theory before her death. But if she had, some clues to it might be hidden in the AI Kurisu's memories. Of course, she couldn't ask her in front of the doctor, and she couldn't let others hear that she was making a time machine. If the rest of the lab found out, they'd make fun of her for sure. And Maho is very self-conscious, very concerned about people making fun of her. Oof, someone unliked the stream. Big oof. Sorry, I'm not funny. It wasn't even in her field of research to begin with. Okay, Professor, I'm going back to my room. Maho took her thermos and was about to leave the lab. Wait a second, you haven't updated Maho's memory data at all lately, have you? The Amadeus Maho. Last time was before we went to Japan, wasn't it? About that. Maho didn't know what to say. He was right. Well, I had a lot of scary experiences in Japan. I've been thinking that maybe we shouldn't give Amadeus bad memories. I understand how you feel, but I can't do a comparison trial like this. I mean, technically you can't anyway, because Kurisu is now dead, so her AI is not being updated. A comparison trial involved loading memories from both before and after a given experience into Amadeus, and seeing how it changed. These trials allowed them to see what effects experiences and knowledge had on the brain. It feels like there needs to be a comma there, but anyway. But after Kurisu's passing, they became solely Maho's responsibility. Right now, the real you and the Amadeus you have such different memories that you're almost different people. That's true. But it seems like the professor only really wants to talk to Amadeus Kurisu anyway. Like even when we come into the lab, he's already talking to AI Kurisu, not AI Maho. Which, I mean, I get, obviously, because he can't talk to real Kurisu anymore, but still, he's not, like, ever really experimenting with AI Maho. Has Okabe told Maho anything important? Yes, kind of. They talked about what Kurisu's paper could have been about, and that Kurisu's paper is out there, and Okabe also mentioned offhand he got world lines confused. He said, I forget exactly what he said, but he said something to Maho, and she was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he was like, right, different world line. And then she was like, what's a world line? And he was like, this isn't important right now. So he slipped up a little bit. Anyway, speaking of world lines, we are currently on a world line where you haven't liked the stream. So go ahead and drop a like on the stream. At this rate, I'm going to have to take you off the project and ask someone else to do it. That's... Her expression darkened. Stop talking to AI Kurisu all the time and give yourself some attention. I'm sure she's lonely. Make sure you update your memories tomorrow, understood? Understood. Maho nodded her head and left the room. The reason she'd given to the doctor for not updating Maho's memories was a real concern, but there was also another one. Okabe's words. Hey, the US military isn't involved in researching Amadeus, are they? She had no proof, but she couldn't get his words out of her mind. Steins Gate is the tsundere girlfriend we got. Which one? There's so many to choose from. The world line is the friends we made along the way. That's everybody in chat. Is this a good positioning for chat on my screen? It doesn't seem to actually interrupt the dialogue too much over here. Are people okay with that? It was a request to put chat back up on the screen, so... No, I actually don't mind it. I just want to make sure it's not too intrusive. Was some great power involved in the Amadeus research? Something so powerful it was even outside the doctor's control? I mean, yeah, there's always going to be some sponsor involved in the research. There's no way the doctor is like getting all this research done for free. Like someone's involved in monitoring this. He's not like head of the university or anything. If she updated her memory data, AI Maho would learn about Kurosu's laptop and the hard disk. She trusted Amadeus, but that would mean whoever was secretly trying to use the project for their own ends would find out. It seemed silly and almost delusional to be worried about something like that, but she couldn't get it out of her mind ever since she'd come back to America. I really am overthinking it, though. Is she overthinking it, or is she having a logical train of thought? She whispered to herself. Who's there? Is someone there? She heard a woman's voice from down the dark alleyway. Maho stopped dead. The hallway lights flipped on, and she saw a group of men and women coming down the corridor that connected her building to the next. The next building over was the psychophysiology lab. Maho's brain science lab was mostly investigating. How do you read? Maho's brain science lab mostly investigated the workings of the brain. The psychophysiology lab, on the other hand, was more of a medical department. They looked at how the workings of the brain affected mental states and mental illnesses. Excuse me, I'm Maho from Dr. Leskinen's lab. Still can't read his name. The woman at the head of the group was someone she knew. Hello. It was Dr. Reyes, a scientist at the psychophysiology lab. My new favorite character, also. Wow. Very professional. My favorite. Big fan. I love this character. Oh, it's you, Maho. Professor Reyes, are you up working this late? You too? I suppose. Both addicted to work, aren't we? Tight button up? No, actually the opposite, Wandering. That button quit a while ago. Judy Reyes' eyes narrowed beneath her glasses as she laughed. Where's Alexis? Still in his office? Yeah, he's working on Amadeus. He is dedicated. Sometimes I wonder if he doesn't think it's his own daughter. Are you gonna go see the doctor at this hour? If it's an emergency, I'll go too. No need. I'm having some trouble with my research, and I want his help, and I want it now. This sounds more like a booty call. What? There wouldn't be anything you could do, really. That sounds offensive. Don't take that the wrong way, but thanks. I would take that the wrong way. Dr. Reyes kept smiling as she walked past Maho toward the lab. The other scientists followed her. I'm also guessing that's another other scientists situation. That seems very suspicious. A problem with her research? What could it be? She took a closer look and saw she didn't recognize one of the people in the group. It was hard to say why exactly she noticed him. He just didn't look like a scientist. What does that mean? When you spend enough time doing research, you start to get a feel for people who are in the same line of work. But he had a totally different air about him, and what was worse, he was behaving extremely rudely toward the doctor, Reyes. If he was one of her staff, he wouldn't act like that. And while everyone else was wearing white lab coats, he was wearing a freshly pressed suit. Didn't feel right. Yeah, he's about to fucking open up the suitcase full of money and say Amadeus is his now. Or the suitcase filled with guns. She was about to head back to her room when it bothered her enough that she turned back around and silently crept back to the doctor's lab. The door was slightly ajar. She could hear voices. She knew it was wrong, but she decided to push her face up against the door to listen. This cutscene is really funny because it feels like this needed to be a CG, but instead it's like two sprites. I guess we know that Reyes will be a more important character because she also got a back sprite. But he looks like he's actually looking at Maho. His stare from this position is haunting. Yeah, because he's like very clearly not looking at her. Like if his eyes were looking that way, it would maybe be different. But this like needed to be a CG. How long are you going to let him hang on to it? It's a valuable source of info. I hate to tip him off and have him destroy it. Either way, we're leaving for Japan this month, and I plan on getting it back then. Can you explain why you've dragged your feet for 6 months over this? I have a feeling that they're still hiding something we don't know yet. I tried to use Amadeus to get it out of him, but he's a very cautious boy, our little Okabe. Why not use your special treatment on Maho? I don't think she knows anything. Maho started to panic when she heard her name. And then, she realized she made a mistake. She was so focused on listening to the conversation that she pressed her shoulder into the door. And the door to the lab wasn't well built. There was a loud creak, and everyone in the lab turned around. Who's there? She knew she should run, but her body refused to move. She couldn't understand what she was hearing, and even after they found her, she still couldn't move. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. This was worse than being in a thriller, she thought. The other scientists who were with Dr. Reyes grabbed her arms tightly and dragged her into the room. Now they're all smiles. It's really creepy. Professor, what were you just talking about? Oh, why wouldn't you at least play dumb here? And be like, oh hey, I just wanted to turn around and see what was up. The doctor looked a little sad as he walked over to her. His huge body leaned forward and peered into her face. Oh dear. You heard, did you? Well, it's good timing. Maho, remember that Japan trip we were talking about? You're gonna come with after all. She didn't know what he meant. Weren't the directors opposed to it? Was it something the doctor could decide on his own? What was good timing? Confused, she glanced over at the screen, but AI Kurisu was no longer there. The one thing she knew was... Okabe's words weren't the delusions of a conspiracy theorist after all. Too bad. It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little of it remained had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago. Summer. In other words, it had been almost a year since it happened. Oh, doesn't that mean the time machine's battery's about to run out? Hey, this is a new shot. Summer is horrible in Steins Gate. And so is autumn. And so is winter. And so is spring. One Saturday afternoon, if I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. That's a long time skip. That's true, yeah. It has been a long time skip. Like, quite long. I thought the trip to Japan was, like, what was it? Was gonna be soon, right? For Maho and the doctor? Why do we time skip so far? Still have Amadeus on my phone. A year ago I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzaha living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. That meant it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. It was too much trouble to go to the university. And the classrooms probably weren't open on weekends anyway. Is that true? Maybe it's just because I went to a big college. But every, like, lecture hall and classroom was always open, all the time. Like, you could go to any one at my university. And just walk in and be like, okay, I'm studying in here now. Obviously, unless there... I mean, it was still open even if there was a class, but it would be more awkward to do it if there was already a class taking place. Weird. Your meme is on my recommended feed? Nice. We love to see it. This has been my weakest meme so far, I think, but that's alright. Still give me a reason to post, baby. After lots of research, I'd settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did, buying a single cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Ah, the millennial. Some brought books, some brought computers. I chuckled to myself as I'd realized I'd just joined the ranks of other normies. Where are you now? Oh, your usual cafe, right? I just went to your place and you weren't home. You did? Did my dad make a nuisance of himself again? It's okay. He gave me some tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll leave now. Wait. So they went to my house? My family's business was called the Okabe Green Grocer. It was a beat-up old store located at a run-down shopping street. The place was almost 40 years old. I really wanted them to rebuild it. My mind had wandered. Mayuri was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. I also like the implication that Daru drew all those emojis. But I will say, canonically doesn't make too much sense when you consider that Moeka is one of the emojis, and they're not friends with Moeka. I'd worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was a little surprised at how hard I'd been working lately. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to VCU as soon as I could. So, my big thing here I don't quite get is that he wants to go to the VCU to be able to, like, research the time machine and the brain science stuff to create, like, all the stuff that Kurisu worked on in the other world lines, right? But he already has access to a time machine. So what's he doing? Or does he just want to go to the school Kurisu went to and, like, call it a day? He just wants to go there to learn more about Kurisu. Since I was still testing Amadeus, I'd kept in touch with Maho via email and online chat. She must have been working hard, because she was always so sleepy. Uh-oh, the game just quick saved, hang on. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Why is your voice so low?
Shh.
I'm in a cafe right now. Please don't call me when I'm busy with stuff. I feel like, I don't know, is this dated or is this like a different cultural thing in Japan where like Okabe's always like really weird about like talking to people or talking to Kurisu like when she's in AI form or like in public, which is really weird to me. Because don't you just like, you talk on the phone in public. He's like walking in down the street. He's like, oh, I can't talk to her. And he's in the cafe. He's like, oh, I can't talk to her. Like people talk on the phone in cafes all the time. And when walking down the street. I have no way to know where you are or what you're doing. Or do you want me watching you 24 hours a day? Are you saying you want me observing while you sleep or while you take a bath? You're quite the pervert, aren't you? Sorry. If you don't want to talk to me, just don't pick up. I won't get mad about something like that. That's true. Well, it looks like you're busy, so I'll do what you want and hang up. You're right, it's probably pretty weird for the rest of the cafe to see you're talking to a 3D model of a girl on your phone. Come on. I'm kidding. You always take the time to talk to me and, well, I'm grateful. We can talk about that some other time. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait! AI Kurisu always talked so much. The real one used to talk a lot too. Talking to her in a place like this always drew a lot of attention and made me feel awkward. Looking at a screen and talking was embarrassing. Yeah, who would do that? Am I right? Am I right, guys? That would be so embarrassing. But anyway, yeah, I feel like Trauma Okabe being all cool and constantly hanging up on AI Kurisu is making the Kurisu personality actually like Okabe more. Anyway, I'd once proposed that I would talk to her like I was on a normal phone. And this is what she said. Why do I have to stare at a close-up of the side of your head? She really was a selfish little program. Why can AI Kurisu not text Okabe? That's kind of weird, right? Did you miss anything? Not really. Maho got busted for peeking in on the doctor's conversation with a coworker. Mayuri and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I shuddered to think of what it was going to be like in July and August. What are you going to buy? We're going to make some signs for advertising, so I need a poster board and highlighters and stuff. Are you going to put out a book at this year's Komiya? Nope. It's for the Okabe Green Grocer.
Huh?
Yeah? What'd you say? My family business? When I went to your house today, I talked to your dad about it. I said that Mayushi would make them for him. Seriously? My dad could be a jerk. There's really no reason you have to do that. But, I want to do it. 'Cause I like you, Okabe! Please love me! Mayuri's going that, like, the childhood friend route of, like, convincing the parents to pressure Okabe into liking Mayuri. She's doing that full circle shit. You sure? Your mom and dad are always so nice to me. Okay. I'll get you something as a thank you present. That makes me so happy. I took a quick look around and saw they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. She spent quite a while deciding what to buy. But, well, maybe because of all the time she spent at May Queen, her tastes ran in the direction of cute and anime. Part of me thought it was dangerous to leave it up to her, but still, they asked her, not me, so it wasn't any of my business. I should just leave it to her. So I decided to wander around the store while Mayuri finished her shopping, but... Oh! Every time we talk to Amadeus, I'm saving, but I'm always going to talk to Kurisu. What's up? Are you out shopping? Yeah, I'm with Mayuri. Oh, a date? You mainstream woman. I told you to stop calling me that. And stop assuming everything is about romance. Alright, fine. Isn't Mayuri cute? Even she ships it? Kurisu currently ships Okabe with anything that moves. You're lucky to have such a cutie as your childhood friend. You're right. Maho Senpai doesn't stand a chance at this rate. She's not as cute, not as young, she's shorter, and her boobs are just hopeless. I feel so bad for her. If you say that in front of Maho, she'll delete your program. You know, you actually haven't introduced me to Mayuri. You've got quite a few friends, but you've never told them, or told any of them about me. Wait, then how does she know Mayuri is such a cutie? Okabe just show her pictures? It's a secrecy thing. I'm not supposed to tell people about you. That's not true. Is that really all? You actually don't want people seeing me talk to you, do you? That's not true. Uh-oh. AI Kurisu is like, I'm no side bitch, alright? You're gonna let everyone know we're together. If you really want me to introduce you, I'll get permission from Maho. I'll start by introducing you to Daru, the man I trust the most. He'd just love to talk to you. He'll stare at me with his filthy eyes, constantly panting after me 24 hours a day. Perverts scare me. AI Kurisu went pale and started to shake. I told AI Kurisu all kinds of things about what kind of person Daru was. She could easily imagine what would happen if she ever fell into his clutches. Never mind, you don't have to introduce me. I'll just keep telling myself that I'm lucky to have you to talk to. Mayuri walked over, carrying a shopping basket. Huh? Who are you talking to? I looked down at my phone. AI Kurisu had disappeared and my smartphone was back on the home screen. Evidently, AI Kurisu had hung up. Well, I mean, I can respect that AI Kurisu respects Okabe's wishes and, like, hangs up in a dramatic fashion when Mayuri arrives, instead of just being like, Mayuri! Another student from school. I see. I knew I didn't have to hide AI Kurisu, but at the same time, Mayuri was the one person I didn't want to find out. Why? Oh. She knew that I'd failed to save Makise Kurisu last summer. So did you decide what you're going to buy? Then why would you... Daru knows as well. Oh yeah, what do you think about this? The basket was filled with heart star-shaped cardstock. This didn't really go with the store's look. But I decided when I started, I was gonna let Mayuri make decisions. Dad might complain later, but I didn't care. He was the one who asked Mayuri for help, not me. So I went over to the register. Since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. This doesn't feel like the kind of store that would let you have shopping carts, right? That's just kind of odd that it's... I mean, maybe it's different, but I would expect a store like this to just have, like, little baskets or something. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows, Rainet Kakaru? Keikaru? Mayuri looked apologetic, but did what I told her to do. Do. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. Rainet is the one with the Oopas. As an apology, I decided to get the present I'd promised her. She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh no. It was Upa, the mascot character from the Rainet series. I told her when she went over to the toy section she could pick out anything she wanted. It actually makes Mayuri sound like a kid. Alright, we can go to the toy section and you can pick out any toy you want. You seem pretty happy, given how many Upas you already have. That's just a regular green Upa, right? Not the rare one? The rare one. Wouldn't that be the metal Upa? The most popular and rarest of Upas was the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare Rainet stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. Yeah. Magneta. I can't wait either. Mayuri had told me once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at auction. For some reason, Mayuri was wagging her finger at me. Nope. This is a green Upa, but it's not a regular one. This is the green fairy Upa that was in the movie they just released. Come to think of it, there had been a Rhinet movie out in the spring. Had Mayuri sat in a theater full of little kids to watch it? The green fairy? Is it okay if I spoil the movie? Spoilers! Everyone! Cover your ears. Mute the stream. Go ahead, I'm not gonna go see it. So this movie, it's about a fight with an evil super hacker in the virtual world. The virtual world is a forest where the fairies live. The super hacker-san is really strong. And Kaikeru-kun and the Upa are in big trouble. But just when they're about to lose, the fairies come to save them. Is Rhinet Code Lyoko? I assumed that Rhinet was like Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it has a card game. I could be wrong, though. It turns out the fairies are actually the flowers in the school garden that he'd always taken care of. They came all the way to the virtual world to save him. And then there was this big shiny light, and they all combined with Upa. And that's the green fairy Upa. He's really cute and really strong. Mayushi thought it was so great. I love stories like that. The director's a genius. Oh, the Upa bee if Rhinet was Yu-Gi-Oh! Karibo. Right? Upa looks like Karibo. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but... And then, like, there's a winged Karibo as well that looks like this fairy Upa. Like, if you just Google Karibo, there's Karibo, and then winged Karibo is the second result. Which would be, like, the fairy one. In fact, it's even a fairy-type card. I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's kind of what I thought... That's what I thought Upa was supposed to be, was like Karibo. I thought it was like a card game. And yeah, it kind of looks like a Karibo. Yeah. So yeah, I thought Rhinet was like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Spinoff. Or like ripoff. That they're memeing on that. I mean, maybe it's like some other one, I don't know, but... That's what I thought. I see. You search Karibo? Well, you're spelling it wrong, first of all. There's an H on the end of it. Every franchise has a cute, roundish mascot. Do they? I don't know. Mario's not very cute or roundish. Trying to get my last sip there. I'm a thirsty boy. Toads have a round head? I guess. It was rare for Mayuri to get this excited about something. I took a closer look and saw the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upas, so I couldn't exactly say what was different. I've actually been spending a lot of time looking for this keychain. It's really popular, so it's sold out everywhere. I would have never thought Haynes would have one. You were pretty lucky, huh? Almost like you had a friend who would go through multiple dimensions to save you. Yeah, and it was the last one. I'm glad I came today. I need to thank you and your dad. Mary took the tag off the keychain and got her house key out of the bag and carefully attached it. Hey, Okabe, Mayushi will treasure this forever and ever and ever. Yeah, please do. Make sure you don't lose it in 5 minutes after you get it. It's happened before, after all. Like the metal Upa I'd won for her. Mary had lost it no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I wonder if she ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal Upa was vague. I wonder why it's so vague. It's almost so vague. If only we could watch a news broadcast that would explicitly tell us what happened to this metal Upa. That would be outstanding. Yep, I'm never gonna lose it again. The two of us started to head back. Gonna work hard to make the ads for your shop, okay? Oh yeah, you still gotta do that. I've been thinking the job was done because once we bought the materials. The real work actually begins now. Should I help? No, I'm fine. Believe in Mayushi. I'm a little worried after you tried to buy that heart-shaped cardstock. It's fine. Well, it's nice of you to make them, so I won't complain. Oh, I need to call Mom. Tell her I'll be home for dinner. Why not eat at my place? I'm sure Mom or Dad will try to get you to stay anyway. I don't know. Are you gonna stay at home the rest of the day? You won't go to any singles parties? Haven't been to any lately. Last fall, when I tried to become a normal college kid, I forced myself to go to as many as possible. But lately, I'd been so busy with my studies, I haven't had a chance. I see. Well, maybe I will. Mary took out her phone and started typing something when... Oh no! My watch stopped working! I just wound you! Her expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving. What's wrong? I just got a message from Kaede. I didn't notice it. Uh-oh. What should I do, Okabe? What? Mayuri seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Did something happen? Hey, Okabe. You told me before Fubuki's not sick, right? Fubuki? You mean Nakase? Not Kurishima, right? Yeah. Is it true that she's really not sick? Yeah. I mean, I don't think so. But... Mayuri showed me her phone. Fubuki-chan's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location. Back in the hospital? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It looks like a spam link. Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time it was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center in Yogi. How could it be the Tokyo General Hospital if it's not in Tokyo? You know? It is supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with the new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for Special treatment. Uh-oh. Is that the special treatment that Maho is about to get? What happened to Maho? I feel like we kind of abandoned that plotline really quickly. I mean, we had another, like, nice cutesy moment, so I'm assuming trauma is about to start again soon. Ugh. You remember that place from somewhere? It's Trauma Team, the game on the Wii. Maho is doing Mako things, like being tortured. For information about time machines. I'd read lots of really bad urban legends about this place, and I was kind of worried of what horror show I'd find here. But of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel. This way. Man, they really gave Yuki, like, all of the sprites. I wonder why. Do you think the artist has a favorite character, perchance? That he enjoys portraying? You know what I mean? Are you curious? As to what character it could be? Sometimes I wonder if the artist has, like, a specific character in mind when they're thinking of extra sprites to draw. Yuki had gotten a message from Kaede and had evidently come right over. Where's Fubuki? She's fine. Yuki gave Mayuri a soft hug and a smile. You can tell that this Mayuri kind of like clashes with the art style of the other two sprites, so you can kind of tell that this is like one from the OG game, which is kind of funny. Kaede bowed her head. Sorry to scare you. I was in kind of a hurry myself. I should have checked more carefully before I messaged you. What do you mean? How's she doing? I just met her mom in the hospital room, and it doesn't look like her illness has gotten any worse. Think the Mayuri sprite's from Darling? She's briefly in her school outfit for like one scene in the OG game. Then they've just brought her here for more examinations or something? Yeah, that's what they said, so there's nothing to worry about. Oh, I'm so glad. Mary looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. If I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said it was possible she had the disease. But as long as it didn't get worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. The new encephalitis had arrived in Japan 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet. Okay, we're overdoing it with the white transitions this fucking chapter. I'm pretty sure it's no illness, though. I was certain that what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. Technically, Okabe doesn't know if reading Steiner, like, actually has long-term, like, damage that it's causing. One time, I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital. I had secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most of the patients in her wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war. You know what I feel like we could do instead of these transitions to other scenes with the flash to white? Is that, gray text, or like that gray thing that goes over the screen when like we're experiencing the narration of other characters' perspectives. That would be fine. Here we see Fubuki. They're doing an MRI to look at her brain right now, so she's not in her room. I see. But it'll be done soon. Fubuki's mom told us to wait here. Just wear sunglasses and hers. MB. Kaede motioned to Mayuri, indicating she should sit down at the sofa. Once the exam's done, she's gonna come get us. I feel like she is not going to be let out of her exam room. I let the girls sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby. I like that. I like that they move the like background to a couch and then like stood their sprites in front of the couch. It looks like someone's doing like a live edit of this game. All we need now is for the sprites to like bounce up and down like someone's moving them. This is an amazing hospital, isn't it? Yeah. Is her family rich or something? If she's staying in a place like this... I use Discord Lite mode? That is actually not possible. I don't believe that anyone uses Discord Lite. I just genuinely don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. No, that's not it. Fubuki's mom says that the Japanese and American governments are paying for a new treatment project. That is not true. The American government is not paying for any type of medical project. At all. The American government paying for anything's medical treatment? I don't think so. It's going to be centered around this lab. It's a dedicated hospital in America, supposedly. I see. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it's hard to imagine a bigger waste of money. Please give all the patients private rooms and try to keep the rooms as far apart from one another as possible to ensure the patients don't come into contact. There aren't that many rooms. Do it anyway. If the patients talk to each other, they'll start to share their dreams again, right? Sure, that's true, but man sounds like the professor. Wonder if it's just the same voice actor, or if it's his character. Once a person hears about someone else's dream, their brain can trick them into thinking they have the dream as well. Hey! Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was frantically trying to talk to him. I'd seen that man before. Actually, it was a man I knew well. Professor! I hurried over. Hey, it's me, Okabe. He must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. His face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me. Yeah, that's why I think, Magneta, that, like, they know that this isn't actually a disease, and that they know this is something to do with, like, world lines and shit. Because him getting involved is super suspicious, one. And, him trying to, like, separate all the patients is suspicious. And his, like, special treatment, and also talking with the psychophysiology professor. I am now suspicious of my favorite character. Well, he's not my favorite, but you know what I mean. I said earlier I definitely didn't want him to become a bad guy, but that's because he's too nice. But now you know he was too nice, so they can twist the knife in you when he's now a bad guy. Oh, Rintaro! His voice was so loud, everybody in the lobby, the doctors, the nurses, the staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. The doctor didn't seem to notice them as he ran over. He was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown. Hey, Galliman, how's it going, man? Professor, stop! My cries went unheard as the doctor tackled me and then pulled me up. Then he switched from football player to pro wrestler and he swung me up and down. Felt like I was a child. There was nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and released me. Being too nice is indeed sus, IRL. Yeah, I mean, you know, being nice is suspicious. Why are you being nice? Oh my. I was just so surprised I got a little too excited. The doctor bowed to the people around him in apology. Who is this young man, Doctor? The doctor that the professor had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously. Need his CG showing how big Dr. American is in comparison? Well, we know Okabe is pretty tall, and Okabe says the doctor is like a full head taller than him. So how tall is Okabe again? Uh, 5'10". So if he's a full head taller than him, I guess that could be any range from like 6'3 to 6'5". Right? Like, how tall do we assume heads are? Okabe's head's pretty big in his sprite. I mean, Okabe's eye bags alone are like at least 2 inches. So yeah, like 6'3", 6'5", which in Japan must just be like a fucking giant. Because Okabe's already like a head taller than everyone in Japan. Well, I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. It wasn't like he was really my professor. You seem to be a student. Which school are you with? If you're studying brain science like the professor. No, he'll be a student at the VCU in September. I'm planning on having him come to my lab. Huh? I see. Well, that's a surprise. I looked over questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy, he really was such a kid. It's very rare for a Japanese student to be able to go there. I'm impressed. Too bad that Okabe doesn't actually like earn going there. He's getting in via nepotism and, well, they're using him basically as a guinea pig, right? They're gonna study him. Poke inside his brain using the Amadeus machine, I'm sure. To get the time machine materials. That's my prediction, anyway. Thanks. After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for the professor to hear me. Who was that guy? The director of the hospital. The director? You just told a lie to someone that important? The professor's like, well, you see, Okabe, no one here is more important than me. Oh? Did I lie? I said you'd be a student starting in September. I didn't mean this September. For what? Do you think you don't have what it takes to make it to my school in the end? That's a little unfortunate. He really was a little kid, completely shameless. But still, it was hard to hate him. It was hard to hate him, so when he does a completely unforgivable act, you can be heartbroken. I'm surprised. I had no idea you were in Japan. It had been 5 months since I've last seen him off the Narita. Maho's here too. Really? She didn't say a word to me about it. I talked to her often via email and video chat, mostly about Amadeus' testing, but she hadn't said a word about coming to Japan. I hadn't heard anything about it from AI Kurisu either. We're back in the same office at Wako City. Come by anytime you like and bring AI Kurisu. I told them to find us a different place if we got robbed last time, but... He looked up towards the ceiling and shrugged. It did feel like that place had security issues. Are you not feeling well? Did you come here for treatment? Oh, no. I'm here visiting a friend. I see, that's good. Well, it's not good for your friend. I'm sorry. No, no. What are you doing in a Japanese hospital? The doctor brought his face close to mine and whispered so that people around us couldn't hear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The suspicious behavior is about to begin. You've heard about the new encephalitis cases, right? The narrator always emphasizes how childlike he is, opposed to Mayuri, where it's subtler. I think it's more that, less that it's subtler with Mayuri, but more that because she is so young and innocent, it's normal for her to be childlike, so it's not something to point out. But because the professor is like a 6'5" giant of a man who is an adult and a man, when he's described as childlike, it's supposed to be something that's really like conflicting and not inferred. So they feel like they need to emphasize that he's childlike. But I feel like because they've started emphasizing how childlike he was intentionally, it definitely comes off as more of like a false narrator or like a feigned performance of being childlike. The American government asked our psychophysiology lab to look into it, but they've hit a roadblock. The university ordered me to help with the investigation. I see. So you're helping with the new cases. Now there was a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend was here because they thought she might have the disease. Is your friend named Nakaze Katsumi, perhaps? Oh yeah, you met her at the Christmas party, didn't you? That's right. My interest in this new disease started with that party, you see. See, and this is where he'll notice that both the girl that supposedly has the disease and Okabe fell unconscious at this party. Both you and Katsumi collapsed, right? Have you ever dreamed this man? I wonder how relevant that image is still. Probably shouldn't have invited him. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this guy's got all kinds of bad connections. I feel like I know what you're talking about, Magneta. Have you ever dreamed this man? Yeah. It's so creepy, because he's like so uncanny valley. Which I've talked about before, uncanny valley is like something that just really freaks me out. Like, I know it's supposed to like unnerve people. But in particular, uncanny valley is something that bothers me. Yeah, it's basically an old form of viral, you know, it's the OG viral stuff before stuff like naturally went viral on the internet. Dreams are either really disturbing or hot, preferably both. But yeah, he's not as relevant. I feel like a big part of why he's not as relevant as well is because the human body is or the human mind is only capable of dreaming faces that you've actually seen, and nowadays with the internet and everything, we are exposed to so many like uncountable number of faces that like I just don't feel like you would have that same like person anymore. Have you ever heard of Sucker for Love? Let's see. Huh. Interesting. Putting the love back into Lovecraftian horror. An eldritch dating simulator. How'd I miss this game? Is this on... This looks like a game that would be on Game Pass. No, it's not. Wait, maybe it's on the Xbox Game Pass only? No, it's not. Damn. Surprised you didn't hear about it? I'm also surprised I didn't hear about that. That seems like something up my alley. Weird. How'd I miss that? I blame chat. I also blame chat. I blame people not posting it in my Discord channel, a link of which is available for anyone to click and on the in the description below, where you can have a free invite code to join my Discord and talk about whatever it is you would like to talk about, such as random games. Do I need to create a channel that's like more than general? Like on the Discord for people to talk about stuff? Like do I need more specific tabs? One that's just like gaming or something? For people to just mention random games like that? Just play Helltaker? I have heard of that. I didn't play Helltaker though. You think my server already has a lot of channels? No, I'm not doing it in SFW chat. Helltaker I felt got memed to death though. So you don't think Vibe and Guy should make more channels on the Discord? I guess I don't really need more. I feel like I could add a gaming tab. I forgot to add a multiplayer tab, actually. Alright. He was right, actually. In my case, I'd been sent to the other world lines. I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital when she was just fine. I see. Would you tell her it would make me happy if she was a bit more cooperative? I actually feel really bad for both her and all the other patients. We in the Japanese team are doing what we can, but we just don't understand the results we're getting. His usually chipper expression darkened. The mask has slipped. We found out that we saw a little bit more into his dark personality. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed it until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that had formed on his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard. To be honest, none of the doctors thought we'd have this much trouble explaining it at the start. What's wrong, Buffalo? Well. Is there something wrong? Yeah, see, this is where he must know Okabe's got this ability and is like trying to probe him for this. Is what I'm starting to gather from this. That's like stuff that they're trying to get out of him. That's what she thought he would talk to Amadeus about. Yeah. No. I'm not a medical student, so this is all outside my expertise. I was just about to tell him about reading Steiner, but in the end, I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have proof. You would think Okabe would have learned from Moeka. I'm also waiting for him to learn his lesson from when he was talking to in the military, like in the World War III timeline when he was talking to the adult, and the adult tricked him by talking about stuff from other world lines. Then he was like, shit. And Ferris was like, you can't trust any adults. I'm waiting for him to kind of have that moment with the doctor now. Because it seemed like, I mean, that was such a poignant moment. Where Ferris was like, don't trust the adults. Like, they made like the whole like scene about that. Like, there's got to be a point where he's going to remember that. Because he got tricked by an adult and exposed that he had reading Steiner. And then Ferris immediately after that is like, don't trust adults. Here he's like, kind of not telling the professor, but not because he doesn't trust him. He's just saying, I don't approve. He just starts randomly asking questions about Putin. You'd think Okabe wouldn't fall for such trickery. Yeah, you'd think so. After all, deception is his forte. And then his face drew close to mine again. By the way, Katsumi was saying something very interesting. She said something about not being sick. About how she was actually experiencing another world in her dreams. I told her not to say anything. Could she not help it? That was bad. They might start to doubt her sanity. Well, she's got a very vivid imagination, maybe? She loves sci-fi and anime. She probably just said she has the power to experience parallel worlds because she saw it on a show somewhere. Oof, that's probably a bit much of an overreach. How does this game describe parallel worlds? It's believed that parallel worlds may be strikingly similar, even containing duplicates. I feel like this is like an example of overstaying your hand or saying like a little bit too much, or overplaying your hand. I remember that I used to say stuff like that. I tried my best to come up with excuses, but he still seemed concerned. I was really surprised when I started participating in the treatment project. One of the strange things about this illness is that many patients share the same dreams. I'm just waiting for him to pull the trigger. I feel like I'm on such high alert about this dude now. I'm assuming it's similar to a mass hallucination. What do you think? I've never seen this before. From a brain science perspective, I just don't have an answer. To be honest, unscientific is the word that seems to best fit. Like parallel worlds or memories of a past life. You know? I see. It would help if you talked, too. There's some things you can't say to a doctor, but they'll tell your friends. Sure, I'll ask her, I guess. The doctor seems super buff, though. He is super buff. I mean, we just came off the scene where he was manhandling Okabe, picking him up and swinging him around. So, and we know that Okabe just loses to literally anybody in a fight. Remember the time he lost to fucking 39 degrees Fahrenheit? Okabe wouldn't stand a chance against someone who has a size advantage on him. So, that aside, I have a question for you. He was looking over my shoulder. Damn, I was really expecting him to start getting super serious, but I guess not. I guess we're memeing now. I got a sense of this at the Christmas party, but your girlfriends are really cute, aren't they? Eh? I turned around and saw that Mayuri, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. Damn, you're a harem protagonist? Yeah. When they saw the doctor, they waved. So are any of those girls involved with you right now? Yuki? Kaede? Mayuri? Luca? Or maybe Katsumi? His words were so surprising, I couldn't think of anything to say. Maho would often call this little middle-aged man a mischievous boy. And that was exactly the look he had on his face. This is the face I imagine him having all the time. I won't force you to tell me. I don't want to pry into your private life. But, well, I'd hope to have something to tell my favorite student. He turned to walk away before I could figure out what he meant. Alright, Lintalo. I'm going to talk to the director a little more, so I'll be going. I'd love to go around to all those girls and give them a hug, but I'll save that for next time. Tell them I said hey. Sure. Mayuri and the others came over as I watched him go. Was that the doctor? Where is Maho? Is she alright? Is she safe? Yeah, I knew I'd seen him somewhere before. I thought he went back to America. There was no way I could tell the girls what the doctor and I were just talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. How uneventful. Just like the doctor had said, she looked fine, and she told us she was ready to leave and jog all the way home. Did we pull her to the side for a moment and say, hey, shut the fuck up about parallel worlds? You're gonna get us caught? All of us? Mayuri and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Did I need to talk to the doctor about reading Steiner, after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. I couldn't come to an answer right away. I remember this character. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzaha said goodbye to Kagari. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she came back to open the hatch, Kagari was inside screaming. Come on, how does this stupid thing work? She looked inside and saw that Kagari was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console. What are you doing? Kagari shrank back when she saw Suzaha. I'm not. This isn't what it looks like. Answer. But I woke up and you were gone. It was dark and the lights weren't turned on. And it's so cramped and scary in here. So I tried to open the door. And I was fiddling with it when this happened. She started to cry. I'm sorry. I was really scared. I see. Suzaha relaxed. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan, and she hadn't fully recovered. Mayuri had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. It makes sense if waking up in the dark caused her to have a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzaha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the console either. I feel bad for this girl. You passed out from the shock of time travel, so I want to let you go get some rest. I'm sorry. Suzaha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, and then led her outside. It's so hot. Promise me you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter what, okay? Okay.
じゃあ、私は
I'm
仕
gonna
事
get
にかか
started.
るから。
You go and
お
rest.
前は
Have
そ
some
の
food
辺
and
で
water
休ん
if
で
you
るん
want.
だ。飲み物と食べ物は適当に食べていい。
Suzaha handed Kagari the provisions she'd brought and then went inside and poked her head around in the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBN 5100 she'd stored there to a portable terminal she brought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000 cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Daru made it himself. When she booted up the IBN, rows of numbers started to appear on screen.
何をするの?
What are you doing? I'm hacking. Kagari was looking in from outside.
2000年問題は勉強
Did
し
you
た
ever
か?
study the year 2000 problem?
施設の学校で
I
ちょっと
studied it
だ
a
け
little at the orphanage.
結
In the end,
局
nothing
何
happened,
も
right?
起こらなかったんで
There
し
is
ょ?
no way she would randomly study this in an orphanage in 2030. Popularly known as the Y2K bug, or just Y2K, a term referring to when at the turn of the 21st century, there was concern over the possibility of widespread computer failure when the year 2000 began. In order to save memory space, old operating systems always abbreviated the years to the final two digits. Hence, when 1999 changed to 2000, the last two digits would change from 99 to 00. However, if its programming didn't anticipate the change, the computer could erroneously assume that the year was 1900. Because of this, it was rumored that computers in the military, financial, and government sectors might malfunction and cause worldwide catastrophe. To address this issue, countermeasures were taken in the mid-1990s to manually update every program. As a result of these countermeasures, the year 2000 problem was averted. Yay. Are we gonna get, like, full circle, like Daru fixes the year 2000 problem?
表向きはね。
That's what everybody thinks.
公表されてないけど
It wasn't made public, but at the time, lots of places and a lot of countries had
い
serious
くつかの
problems
地域や
because of
国
it.
に深刻な問題が起きたんだ。
2001 onwards, no one talked about Y2K? Yeah, because, I mean, nothing happened, right? So if there was some dramatic incident, there'd still be reason to talk about it, but since it was, like, a massive nothing burger, like, there was no, like, point to keep talking about it. Sometimes it's, like, an anecdotal footnote, but, like, you would never mention it at, like, an elementary school level. It'd be something you would talk about, like, as a fun fact in, like, a high school or college class. But that's it. Babi Kurose. Yeah. Kind of looks similar. I had thoughts about that, but I don't think so.
So,
Really?
問題だったのは
The issue was
この
this computer, the IBN
5100というコン
5100,
ピューター、これには古いプロ
It's
グ
got
ラ
an
ム言
old
語が
programming
搭載
language
され
on
てる
it,
んだけど、
and the engineers weren't
そ
able to
のプ
fix
ロ
the
グラムの
program.
問題点をというより、
In fact,
そんな言
they
語
didn't
で
even
書か
know
れ
that
た
an
重大
important
なプログ
program
ラムが
existed
存
that
在
was
するこ
written
と
in
自
this
体、
language.
全く知られ、第三次世界大
The
戦は
race to develop the
タイ
time
ムマ
machine
シンの
was the
開
beginning
発
of
競
World
争
War
が発
III,
端なん
but
だけど、もしかすると
there's a chance that
2000
something that
年
happened
問題
during
で
the year
発生したあ
2000,
る事象と、
uh,
それに付
something
随する
happened
対
during
立
the
こ
year
そも
2000 problems,
もっ
and
と
the
深い
divisions
原
that
因である
resulted
可
from
能
that
性
were
が
a
ある。
deeper cause. She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kagari to understand, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain.
しかも、
The year
西
2000
暦
is a
2000
special
年と
year,
い
you
う
see.
のは特殊な年で
All
ね、
of the world lines
全ての世界線
temporarily
が
converge
一
here.
旦一つにし、それに関連して、
This means it's
この問
possible
題
the
が
year
あらゆる
2000
世界
problem
線
has a
の
huge
優雅
effect
に
on all
重
world
大な
lines.
影響を引き起こすかも。私たちが目指して
The
る
world line
狭間の世
in the
界線、
gap we're trying to reach,
シュタ
Steins
インズ
Gate
ゲー
is
ト
no
も例外
exception.
じゃない。
She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBN.
だからこれは
This is a
2000
patch
年
program
問
to
題
keep
を
the
起
year
こさないよう
2000
にす
problem
るた
from
め
ever
の
happening.
修正プログラムなんだよ。
Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used by the IBN. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus, and the year 2000 problems that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal subscreen.
OK。つながった。
How is he about to connect to a bunch of computers that don't really have wireless capabilities? She'd been told that in this era in Japan, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. See ya, Joshu. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out, chatting. But in major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies were starting to use fiber optic internet. Some of them even using wireless LANs. In 1998? Really? Suzaha cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right. But if you change the future, won't that change the world we're in? Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Suzaha had just told her. Right. I refuse to let that world exist, so I've come here to reach Steins Gate. Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kagari's face vanished. It was as if her soul left its body. Suddenly, her face was expressionless, her eyes wide. Voice. I can hear God's voice. You can't do that. It's not right. Bruh. Kagari has chosen violence. She's like, but if you do that, World War III won't happen, and then all those people won't die, and then I won't be an orphan. Fuck my parents. You can't do that, big sis. You can't. Yeah? Kagari was acting strange. Suspiciously, Suzaha reached her hand out toward her, but she slipped past Suzaha's hand. And quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzaha's body. Suzaha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. She's a 10-year-old child, though. She bent over and collapsed into the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzaha's hands. The cables connecting it to the IBM were ripped out, and errors displayed on both screens. What are you doing? Kagari didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzaha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents on the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-auto pistol. Suzaha couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try and pick it up. Stop! She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kagari. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Something cold was pushed right up against her brow. Don't move. What? Gotta screenshot this. I feel as if... Well, she didn't answer a phone. I was gonna say, it feels like an older Kagari probably just time-leapt. But she didn't answer a phone, so how would that have worked? Maybe in the future they could, create a type of time leap that works via internet, and when she opened up the internet connection to like spread the virus, the time leap came through. I mean, kind of a stretch. I guess I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe something else is going on. How will Death Battle react to this? Kagari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had been flipped. That's when Suzaha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzaha was the one who taught her how to use the gun. That's why she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm. Are you insane? Put the gun down now. Stop this. You're the one who needs to stop. What? You can't change the world. You're not making sense. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzaha saw only resolve. See, Mayuri, you done fucked up by making us carry this brat. Do you want the war to happen then? I don't know anything about that. I just want to go back to my old world. But why? That's never gonna happen. We've already used the time machine to interfere with the past. The world lines change. There's almost no chance we can go back. I'm gonna save Mommy! I mean, I know she's a dumb kid, but, like, preventing World War III would save Mayuri. Can Kagari not connect those dots? You can't erase the world. I won't let you. Okay, we're not gonna, like, erase all of existence. We're just gonna erase future events that are bad, Kagari. Kagari turned the gun toward the IBN. Stop! Before Suzaha could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger again and again. Stop it, Kagari! Please stop! And then Kagari jumped out of the time machine. Suzaha never saw her again. Fuck her then. Who cares? Every night that passed, she remembered Kagari. She's a terrible shot. I mean, I just kind of assumed she hit the IBN. Did she not? Is she actually that bad? That doesn't sound like a gamer. Suzaha had spent some time looking for Kagari when she'd first come to this era, but in the end she never found anything. But Kagari, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzaha was sure of it. But it did no good to keep thinking about it. Why hasn't Kagari tried to link up with Mayuri then? So Suzaha decided to stop thinking and look around. Oh, God. What happened? What is this? Please, no. Daru, her dad, was playing yet another game populated entirely with female characters. His jaw was slack, and he was scratching the belly fat that struck out from under his shirt as he played. There wasn't much to respect in him right now, either as a father or a person. Come to think of it, how are things with Mom? Is everything okay? I'm still gonna be born, right? Is that more important than the time machine? Hey! Suzaha stormed over. You can't screw this up, Dad. Yeah. Daddy's gonna do his best, okay? What happened to the movies? Did Daru go to the movies from that Christmas thing? All you ever do is talk. You even wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? Uh-oh. She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Ocarina of Fubuki collapsed, you know? We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. Not like that's my fault. But I heard when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Who told you that? Mayuri and Rumi, obviously. That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, is it? So did you go and do something yourself? This isn't gonna work. Maybe this was more important. Maybe this was a more important issue than the time machine. Suzaha brought her hands up to her head. Whenever Suzaha does this, I picture Suzaha as like doing that meme that's like that. Listen, Dad, I'm not gonna be around to lecture you like this forever, okay? I'm leaving soon. Oh. Suddenly, there was a sad look in his eyes. Don't make that face. We said we'd stop worrying about it. We promised. For the past 6 months, Suzaha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase the world. But in the end, it was none other than Daru who pushed her to go ahead. Sorry. She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed. So she patted his broad back. Don't just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message. See if she's free sometime. And if she is, invite her to the movie. It's way too sudden. I don't care if it's sudden or not. Is it sudden? You guys have known each other for like at minimum like almost a year now, right? That's not really sudden. It's an order. Your answer?
Sir, yes, sir.
Satisfied, she went off to take a shower. But before that, I'm gonna hit the convenience store. Don't glare at me like that. I'll eat as healthy as I can. Please forgive me. Vanilla. I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll buy you a lot of really top shelf stuff. Doesn't have to be a lot, just one is fine. That was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. Such a handful. It's so funny to think in this world line, Suzaha's basically like her dad's babysitter. Like, get your shit together, Dad. She'd just taken her jacket off so she could shower, but then Suzaha. Daru would come back. What is it? I found this on the stairs. Uh-oh. Daru showed her a keychain he was holding. There's a round anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. It was an Upa. Vine boom sound effect. I wish this game had sound effects like that. I know it's cheesy, but it would be cool for things like that. It doesn't seem to have, like, reactionary sound effects. That much, I guess. Do you know whose this is? Mayuri's probably. Oh, Suzaha doesn't recognize it. Lamau. XD. She leaned forward to take a closer look, and then felt like she was experiencing deja vu. I've seen this somewhere before. She'd seen it before? She couldn't really remember. But her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down, the paint was faded and coming off. But there was no dust and no stains. Instead, it shone brightly, as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. The chain was so old that a part of it had snapped. That was probably how it got dropped.
どこだっただろう。
I've
どこか
seen
で
this
見た。
before. Man, that's like a champion chain, though, because I've had those kind of chains for keychains that I've owned in the past, and let me tell you, those things, like, never fucking last. And this one survived, like, World War III, and, like, fucking what? Like, how old is Suzaha? Like, or how old's Mayuri now? This thing survived, like, 20 years? No fucking way. Those things break after, like, a couple months. Did Mayushi show this to you?
そうなのかな。
I don't know. She stared at the green Upa in Daru's hands. And then in her mind, she heard a young girl scream. Hey, there's the Steins Gate Vine sound effect.
ママがずっと大切にして
This is Mommy's Upa keychain.
ウーパのキーホルダー
I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it,
マ
okay?
マちゃんにあげる。大事にしてね。
She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine. It
ま
can't
さ
be.
かこれかがりの
Kagari? Yeah, I know, we just saw the scene. That was when she'd last seen it. August 13th, 2036. The day she went into the time machine. That's when she saw this Upa. It was older and more worn down now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became that this was the Upa Mayuri had given to Kagari. She'd seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times.
かがりっても
You
し
mean
かして
future Mayuri's
未来
daughter?
のマユシの娘
うん
Yeah.
見つかったん
Did you find her?
いや
No, but she knows where I
で
am.
もむ
つまり
What do you mean?
どういうこと？
あいつ
She's watching the lab.
このラボを監視してるんだよ。
6 months ago, Suzaha had spotted someone in a riding suit spying on the time machine. She gave chase, but they got away. Suzaha was certain that person had to be Kagari. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any sign of Kagari. But she never thought she'd be surveying the lab as well.
いやちょっと考えれ
It should have
ば
been obvious if
当
I'd
たり
given
前
it
の
any
ことだ
thought.
ったんだ。あいつは私たちが
She's
シュ
trying
タ
to
インズゲ
stop
ート
us
に
from
到
reaching
達するのを
Steins
阻
Gate.
止しようとしてるこの世界を
She doesn't
な
want
か
the
ったこ
world
と
to
にということは
which means she's not just watching me, but you
父さんも
too.
マークされてる。
え？僕？
まあ父さん
Well,
の命に危険は
I
ない
don't
と
think
は
your
思う
life is in danger. Probably.
世界線の説
If
理
you
を
believe
信じ
what we
るな
know
ら
about how world lines
父
work,
さんは
you live till at
少
least
なくとも
2036.
2036年までは生きただ
But she might come to interfere with your research, so we can't reach Steins Gate.
父さんの研究の邪魔はしてくるかもし
A
れ
lot
な
of
い
bad things had been happening around Suzaha, Daru, and Okabe. There was some possibility that the final target was Daru.
これからは用心のために
From now on, just to be safe, lock the door when I'm not
必
here.
ずドアに鍵をかけて
Hey,
おいて
Bennett, what's up, man?
わかった。
Got it.
オカリンおじさんや母さんやマユ姉
Even
さん
if
たちが一緒
Ocarine,
にいても
Mom, or Big Sis
絶対
Mayuri
に
are
開けっ
here,
ぱな
don't
しは
leave
ダ
it
メだ
open.
よ気休めかもしれないけど
It might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too.
でもさ、オカリ
You
ンや
know,
マユシ
Ocarine and Mayushi are one
ア
thing.
マネシと
But if I
二
did
人
that
きり
when
の
I was
時に
alone
そん
with
なことした
Amane,
ら
don't you think that'd give her the
な
wrong
んか別の
idea?
意味で怪しくね。
あ
That's
そ
true.
れは確かに
Is that really that weird? Would people... I don't think so. Is this like... Maybe this is another culture thing, but I feel like that's commonplace. Like, in America, you like, when you let someone into your place, you shut the door and lock it behind them. Like, that happens all the time. Like, how would that be the wrong idea? In Daru's case, it's because he's creepy. I know he's kind of creepy, but still, I feel like that would be such a normal motion that it shouldn't be creepy. I've never even, like, thought about it when I've, like, locked the door behind people. like when people come in and I like immediately lock the door, even like when they're still like untying their shoes. Like we're just talking together in the entranceway and I lock the door. You just finished the Mario Kart Wave 3 DLC? Are the wave of DLCs for Mario Kart like paid DLC? Or are they just like massively updating this Mario Kart game like way after the release? I can't believe it's still getting DLC too. Especially because like Smash Bros isn't anymore. If someone isn't staying that long, I leave it unlocked. I always lock my door. If that makes her not like me, my whole family could be in trouble. Suzaha groaned softly, unsure what to do. If only you gotten to be her boyfriend sooner, then this wouldn't be a problem. We're back to that. Just be careful, okay? Suzaha decided to keep the green open keychain. She softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it. Hey, Kagari's not related to Mayuri, but she's still her daughter, right? Right. Can somebody raised by Mayuri grow up to be the kind of person who would assault someone? I can't imagine it. From what you told me, I'd expect her to just be a kind and easygoing, cute little girl. I wish that was what happened. I thought that was how she'd turn out too. But now she probably... From what she'd seen at the Radicon, she could tell Kagari had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzaha when she was a child. As she'd been grown up, she'd been taught the cold techniques of a killer. There was no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. Enough with these flashes! Jesus! This game's trying to give me a seizure. But there was no doubt in Suzaha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. What happened to Maho? Never mind, I guess I don't care because it's a shower scene. Thank you, visual novels. Suzaha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she sent the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. I always take like a steaming hot shower. Good lord. I couldn't imagine taking a shower with something barely any hotter than tap water. Cold showers are not good. Supposedly there's all this like pseudoscience bullshit that cold showers are better for you and they wake you up more and they're better for your digestive system and they're better for your skin and blah 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 blah. It's all a conspiracy by Big Water. You use lukewarm water? Bruh. Bruh. That is a lukewarm take. Every time I shower, it's like a sauna inside the bathroom. There's so much steam. I gotta like dry the walls. I like colder showers if I just worked out. I don't know, man. Even if I work out, I haven't in a long time. But back when I used to work out daily, I would still take a hot shower. I always felt more relieved when I started, like, when I continued to sweat, like, in the shower because it was so hot. And I usually let the water, like, warm for a significant amount of time before, like, I go into the shower. So, like, I'll turn the shower on and then, like, go continue about my day doing whatever for like 5-10 minutes before I get in. Let the water heat up. Anyway, as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small tiled room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair, which, by the way, is super unhealthy for your hair. I'm just going to let you know that now. A fun fact. Towel drying your hair is very bad for it. Just let it dry normally. You can, like, pat your hair dry a little bit, so that way it's not like you're not dripping all over the floor or whatever. But, like, rubbing your hair with a towel is very bad for your hair. Really? Yeah. I mean, if you get frequent haircuts, like, it doesn't matter too much. But if you don't get them often, then, yeah, it's bad for your hair. Fun facts. The most I do is dab it. Yeah, I mean, you can use the towel to, like, you know, pat your head so you're not just, like, soaking wet. But you don't want to, like, vigorously towel dry your hair like that. It's very bad for it. It breaks your hair apart and splits the hair. I keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean, if you have short hair and you get like a haircut like every month or something, it doesn't really do anything. But like if you're trying to grow your hair out or you have longer hair, don't do that. This building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, but there wasn't even a place to change. It wasn't intended for anyone to live in, but there's a shower? That seems weird. Hey, what's up, Chrono King? Going bald at the age of 15. I mean, you know. Any little bit helps, right? It was small and there were no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in summer. Supposedly, Daru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Luca, weren't around. I don't believe that. But Suzaha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change in this small space. Okabe X Daru win. Isn't that just Steins Gate? I was kind of fully expecting this to be the Kagari Suzaha fight scene with Suzaha just fresh out of the shower. I thought we were going to get some fan service action here. I'm not going to lie. Just got Miradon in a trade. Fucking nice, dude. Lucky. Like, just a random surprise trade you got him? That's crazy. I mean, yeah, but the difference, though, I think, Magneta, in this case, Suzaha doesn't want Yuki to see the scars because the scars are, the scars are literally from, like, Yuki's death. The CG only being the showerhead and not Suzaha? Where is my fan service? Not even My Darling's Embrace would do this to me. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. That's why the game made her get dressed in the shower room, bruh. The lights were off, in the part behind the curtain where the lab room was. She was sure she left all the lights on when she'd gone to take a shower, and she didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. Okay, never mind. Fan service, maybe. She's still naked, baby. But I was thrown off, you see, because the description in the thing described how she always used to get changed in the shower room. Because she couldn't rest being seen. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence. Did Dad come back? Horny motherfuckers. Have you not been to a stream of mine before? I live in the horny. It is a constant state of being for me. 24/7. And then when he left, did he turn off the lights? That couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Daru's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, and even the kitchen. Someone had gone through them all. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzaha glanced over all the areas where she kept her guns. The closest was the sofa that she used as a bed. She wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept, so she had cut the back out of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. I'm on part 2 of your Three Houses playthrough. Oh, dude, good times, man. I loved my Three Houses playthrough. Hope you're enjoying it, man. That was a fun one. Fire Emblem Three Houses. Did you guys know you could watch that on my playlist tab? If you want to watch my Fire Emblem Three Houses playthrough on this channel. Classic plug, just wondering. Plug moment. A casual Q-Buy plug moment. Nothing quenches the thirst like a successful plugging of my own merchandise. Merchandise? Product? You didn't stream it all, technically. I did, yeah, that's right. I only streamed one of the routes. That is true. You have merch? Hey, what's up, Joe? I don't have merch. The only merch I have is if you joining my YouTube membership, which is like a Twitch sub, where you get cool emojis to use. That's really my only merch. And you get a badge next to your name and stuff, just like how it works on Twitch. But Twitch is falling apart soon, so join now. A Q-Buy pillow win. I would actually like to buy merch, but have merch, but the thing is, I don't think anyone would buy it, and I have no artistic talent. And you see, those are two big things that are large detriments. AK's a member. Thank you, my boy. Flexing those emojis on everyone, appreciate it. But yeah, I just don't think anyone would buy it, or else I'd have merch. Flexer. A casual flex, nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I have all kinds of Fire Emblem content. Do you guys know I'm going to be also streaming Fire Emblem Engage when it comes out? In a month-ish? So just make sure you subscribe and hit the bell button for those future Fire Emblem Engage streams on the channel. I buy some shit from Muck Streams. You already got a Muck Stream. I'm 7 Pokemon away from completing the Pokedex? That's nutty. I'm still a ways away. Quite a ways away, actually. Okay, I'll retire the joke. I mean, you can keep the joke up. That's fine. You don't have to retire it. But, you know, we got it already. Find another indie game for the... It was just a 32 caliber gun for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had really good aim. But it was a small, relatively quiet gun, which made it the best choice for a place like this. It was my identity. Joe, the real identity was the Muck Streams that you got along the way. We need a new game to force Q-Buy to play. Don't forget, you're forgetting the most crucial part of getting me to play a game, is massive donations on a consistent basis for every stream. So, you know, don't forget that part. Giving me money. The most important step for me playing any game. I used to have a Patreon back in the day when I was in college, and if people gave me $50, I would play a game they wanted. We get the Muck 24-hour stream at 10k subs still, right? That's if I hit 10k subs before 2023. There's a time limit on the goal. It wouldn't be very impressive if we hit 10k subs in like 2025. Who cares then? Final Fantasy VII Remake was the last Patreon game. That is true. I did stop accepting money or monetary requests for games after Final Fantasy VII Remake. I didn't remember you saying that. Are you serious? Yeah. 10k subs? Sure. I'd do it for 10k subs. If it's done, if we get it before January. But yeah, I had such a bad time playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was like, alright, I'm just gonna pick the games I stream from now on. I felt really bad, too, because the person that wanted me to play Final Fantasy VII Remake was, like, a really loyal supporter of mine, and, like, had been following me for years, and was constantly, like, really supporting the channel by, like, always making donations and stuff. And they kind of stopped watching after I didn't like the Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think it was two of their games that they had asked me to play in a row. I still feel bad about it. They had asked me to play Kingdom Hearts, and I hated that. And then they asked me to do the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And then they stopped watching after that. But they had watched for years and would always like just give tips and stuff without asking anything in return. They were always super nice. And like they were one of my first like loyal like subs that they would be in the comment of every video I did. They were awesome. So I really have nothing bad against them. I just feel bad that I think they just didn't like that I didn't have a good time with their game, which fair. So I often feel bad about that, and I sometimes, in retrospect, wish I had tempered my aggression towards not liking the game. I wish I had done more of the stereotypical YouTuber thing and didn't, and like just even pretended I liked it, honestly. Just because, I don't know, I feel bad about like, nowadays, I just feel bad about shitting on things that people like, I guess. So I just try to, like, not say anything if I don't enjoy something. I don't know. Like, I'll have harsh critiques for stuff, but I don't like telling people, like, hey, you're dumb because you like this thing. And I felt like I came off a little bit, like, too much like that. And speaking of which, Final Fantasy VII is in the chat. Have you watched the OG Steins Gate anime? I did, actually. Right after my blind live streams of the Steins Gate games, I went back and watched the Steins Gate anime. I have not watched the Steins Gate Zero anime, though, but I'm waiting to be done with the live stream of the visual novel first. Is the Final Fantasy VII Remake bad? I don't know. If you like that kind of game, it's probably really good, but I did not. I just didn't like that it just felt like none of the plot really, like, was gripping me. I just didn't fucking understand what was going on, and I wasn't a huge fan of the combat. I really got it in my head, and then I tunnel visioned on. I wanted to be able to use Cloud's sword like a Devil May Cry Bayonetta kind of game, and the game kept kind of implying that you could do that, but you really couldn't. Like, it really wanted you to use like the full like turn-based kind of like hybrid combat system it had, but I just wanted it to be Devil May Cry slash Bayonetta. So I forced the game to be like one of those games, and that kind of ruined my experience, I think. So it's kind of my own fault, but still. When I get money, I'll keep it in mind. Sure, man. I post links to your videos all the time, trying to get you more subs. Oh, awesome, man. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chrono. That's also the biggest thing you can do to support. I mean, you don't have to, like, join a member, or, like, become a member or whatever. If you just share my stream places, that's, like, more than enough for me to be happy. Muck was good because he never complained. At least Tifa's hot. I'm more of a Scarlet guy myself. The Steins Gate Zero is the only platinum I have on the PS4. Oh, there's trophies for this? You know, I've been considering this. I was committed to Xbox and Gamerscore for so long, I haven't really paid attention to, like, my trophy count on PlayStation. But I kind of want to get into, like, trophy hunting a little bit. Is it worth it, you guys think? I used to be really good at, like, getting all the achievements in games. I would follow, like, achievement guides, and I used to make notes and, like, plan out, like, how I was going to play the game in the most, like, efficient way to get achievements. I don't really do that anymore, though. Did you enjoy the Aliens game? What Aliens game? Alien Isolation, Joe? I'll be happy to share Cubai's stream. Hell yeah, dude. Share the stream with anyone, anywhere. Anytime, any place. That kind of playstyle sounds boring. It was really fun for me. But yeah, it takes a certain kind of person to enjoy doing that. Someone who likes that type of efficiency and stuff. But I really liked it. It, like, it checked all the boxes for, like, the completionist in me. And plus, it wasn't like, I didn't do it while I was playing, but I would just plan out in my head, like, how to play the game. And, like, I would keep in mind, like, certain big achievements that would take a lot of time to go after. So it's not as, like, boring as you'd think. Good excuse to continue playing a game you like. True. And it also would always encourage, like, 100% playthroughs. So back when I was doing that kind of achievement hunting, it was when I was, I didn't have as much disposable income. So, like, when I had a game, or, like, when I bought a game, I was kind of committed to the game. So, like, it was going to be the only game I had for a while. Now that I've got disposable income, I kind of just buy whatever game I want. I'm a little bit more spoiled now. But I needed, like, to get all of the game time possible that I could get from games I bought. I got 44k gamer score on Xbox. What do I have? I used to have a lot more. I don't anymore, because now I play a lot of games on Steam, now that I've got a better PC. I have 121,700. Lamau. I thought Alien Isolation was okay. I mean, I got kind of annoyed by it, but because a lot of it was kind of, like, gimmicky. I'd probably have way more gamer score if I didn't. I eventually gave up my achievement hunting playstyle ways once I got a good PC, because I don't really give a shit about Steam achievements. Nobody does. It runs good on the Switch. That's impressive. I only 100% games I truly enjoy. I used 100% games. I used 100% shitty games. I was real big on 100% shitty games, like Cyberpunk. I got Cyberpunk on the PS4 though, so it was kind of trash. Did it come out early on PS4? I mean, I guess that would make sense. It could run on Switch then. If it was a launch PS4 title. I don't remember when it came out. I played it on PC. But PC obviously had a lot of HD, like 4K stuff, so that's why I was surprised that it ran on Switch. But you're right, if it wasn't console, it was probably fine. I played on like 4K on PC, so. Did you play It Takes Two? No, because I don't have a friend to play a game with like that with. Anywho, speaking of not having friends, Suzaha tenses all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room. It was tiny. Tiny creaking of the floor, to which you'd usually pay no mind. But that was more than enough for Suzaha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in an instant and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see the development room. Give us the CG. That's not the CG I wanted, but hot. You played Halo with friends before? That's true. Years ago. I love Steins Gate Zero a lot more than the OG. Really? Well, in that case, you should subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button, because I will be doing a blind stream playthrough of this entire game over the next couple of days, maybe week. Depends on how long it takes. But definitely a lot more streams coming up this weekend of this game. So Final Fantasy VII, feel free to subscribe and hit the bell button. But I would recommend you avoid my Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough playlist if you watch any of the other games that I've streamed through on this channel. So far, no endings. Yeah, so we probably still have quite a few streams to go. The room became silent again, but this time the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. Is it Kagari or Moeka? Try anything and I'll shoot. Hands on your head. Come out slowly. Suzaha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzaha. It's a dope helmet. This is Kagari or Moeka. It'd be interesting if it was Moeka to get her back into the story. Because I miss Moeka. Best girl. You must be hit pretty hot wearing that in this weather. Why not at least take off your helmet? Or be in the nude like me. The intruder was wearing a motorcycle helmet like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung to their tight skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. Would Suzaha be thinking that? What's this description? I don't understand. It was clearly a woman. What makes you say that? Suzaha is thinking about what a voluptuous body this is? I actually typed Steins Gate into the search bar, and for some reason this is the first thing that popped up. I think this is probably the first thing that pops up, because I'm probably the only one live streaming this game. But you subbed? Dope. That's what I like to see. Thank you, my friend. Oh, we're +1 subscriber on the stream, baby. That's what you like to see. You're popular. Indeed. 1+ subscriber this month. That's huge. The writer likes writing. The writer certainly does like writing. A lot of specific scenes. The stream's lucky the art is not as nearly as down bad as the writing. That's not true. My streams are small enough we could get away with the game being as down bad as I am. What you're looking for isn't there. It's in my pocket. Suzaha, you're not wearing anything. What pocket are you referring to? Suzaha. Suzaha, what pocket? Suzaha? Suzaha? What pocket? Answer the question. Suzaha pointed toward her. The entrance to the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because the face mask was down, Suzaha couldn't read her expression.
Na, 落としたらダメじゃないか。ママからもら
You
っ
should
た
know better
大
than to
切な
drop
ものだ
that.
ろ。
It's something Mommy gave you.
かがり。
Right, Kagari? You didn't filter my live stream? I'm sure that live streams get, like, sent to the front of the algorithm if they're live. Oh. The second she spoke, Kagari was the first to move. I like the implication that, like, this tsundere girl would hold her arms behind her back when she's, like, clearly in, like, a spy outfit and, like, ready to be, like, on the aggressive. And so she's like, ooh. Oh wait, you can't see it because of how I've got the webcam position. But, like, the implication she would have her hands behind her back and be like, ooh. Like, what is this? The arms would definitely be, like, more forward like this or something, you know what I mean? The only CGI in the Steins Gate novel is the remake that's fully animated. No, I'm just talking about, like, when I say CG, I'm not talking about CGI. I'm talking about, like, an art. Like a scene, an art scene or something. Like a background. She drew a deglossed military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back, and closed the gap between herself and Suzaha in an instant. Suzaha pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from the vitals. She heard the small pop of an unsuppressed .32 and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. Or so she thought, but it was a feint. She'd only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she'd changed directions and was heading for the shower room. It seemed her first goal was to get what she'd come for. Huh? After firing only one shot, Suzaha realized, even a .32 should have more recoil than this. She fired again, but Kagari didn't even flinch. A blank? How? At some point, all the bullets in Suzaha's gun had been swapped with blanks. That instant's panic was all it took. Kagari reached out for the shirt on the floor of the shower room. No way! Suzaha gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagari. There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. She could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzaha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. This was no time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. That had to have broken a few ribs. Suzaha jumped toward her to continue the attack. But with terrifying speed, Kagari leapt off the ground and charged. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut. You bitch! The blood rushed to Suzaha's head. Kagari was serious, planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Suzaha leapt back and searched for something she could use as a weapon. But the other guns are probably no different. There was a good chance they all had their ammo swapped. It was even possible that all of her self-defense knives had been taken, which left... There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well, as she was moving to keep Suzaha from reaching them. Looks like you've had a lot of practice. Hard to believe you're the same girl who spent all of her time sobbing inside the time machine. I'm surprised. Suzaha kept her distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage. I like that Suzaha keeps trying to fucking insult this girl. She, like, let her down in the past, and now is, like, ready to just fucking shit on her emotions. You're Kagari. This is what you're after, right? Did we confirm that's Kagari? It's all but confirmed. She picked up her shirt from the front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of her pocket. What's wrong? Come get it. Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kagari twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion. How's Spore sound as the next game? Awful. Is Spore even still open? Didn't Spore, like, fucking bomb, like, back in 2010? Can you even still, like, play Spore? Spore is still around? No fucking way people still play Spore. Spore, the game where you build a species, yeah. Hey Joshu, what chapter are we on? Still the same one. I thought this game bombed. Sorry, Joe. It's like not even 16:9 ratio, is it? In an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like she was tossing it to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagari was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand, and the right hand still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzaha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kagari's stomach, and then her left arm smashed Kagari's head to the side. Kagari's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Can't sleep? Just gonna watch the stream and mess up my sleep schedule. Hell yeah. You don't need sleep. Watch stream. Consume entertainment. Suzaha could hear the sound of her joints dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Suzaha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. scroll up. You can't scroll. Oh wait, can you? No, you can't. Ban? What do you mean? Everything's censored. I was wondering if you could for a second because the mouse cursor changed to orange. How long are you streaming? I stream quite a while. I will probably be streaming at least another 3 hours. Why would you want to scroll up? I mean, it was just what I was messaged. What is this? Oh, this must be Suzaha's other arm. I was like, what is this, like, white? This is like the chokehold, right? Nice. Also, how you know the author, like, doesn't know how to draw a foot. Because they just covered it up. Definitely can draw that ass, though. Oh, never mind. It scrolled up. If you could scroll up, insta ban? No way. See, everything's censored. Look at how hard that hair is trying right now. Hey, she looks like Yuki. We like the risk. We always take risks here. That's the thick mommy tomboy I'm talking about? Hell yeah. 8-year-old Kagari did better than 22-year-old Kagari? Yeah. Is there gameplay to this game, or is it just dialogue? It's just my dramatic reading voice. Pretty much. And occasionally you respond to text messages, but mostly it's just me making my debut as an ebook narrator. And hopefully a voice actor from some like fan game project. Which character would be the best one to walk in on this? Daru. Or no, not Daru. Okabe, because he would just be traumatized. He'd be like, "Ah!" and then just panic and run out. Also, one thing I would like to note is they describe all of these scars that Suzaha has, but I feel as if we are not seeing any of those scars. Do you think the water is just covering it up? At the same time, she slipped her own. Ugh. I'm just like a CPU. My head is. I'm too hot and bothered now. I'm overheating and misreading words. At the same time, she slipped her own left arm around Kagari's neck and squeezed. She could hear something like a moan from Kagari's throat. She could hear the bone and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. There we go. I just realized how good my chat filter was working as well. I didn't need to, just, for potential future thumbnails, just, Just gotta, save this. Some channels have honey pop on them. That's true. Stay put. I'm not gonna kill you. But Kagari picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand, and once again tried to use it. Suzaha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. Stop it. I understand how you feel, but it's wrong. It's wrong. But Kagari didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzaha away. What kind of training did she get? Even in all the battles she'd been in, this much pressure on 2 different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldier to submit or fall unconscious. Terrified, Suzaha squeezed even harder. At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill her. But if she stopped, Kagari would kill her. What should she do? Big sis, Suzaha, it hurts. Then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, and she relaxed. But that was just what Kagari had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzaha's arm. When she let go to dodge, Kagari shook her off and kicked at her hips. Suzaha was slammed back hard into the desk and for a moment couldn't breathe. She fell to the floor, and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her body. She forced herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kagari's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointing in an impossible direction, hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably. But her left arm was still holding the knife. Hey, you learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? Suzaha glared at Kagari's face. I don't think she could see what it looked like behind the helmet. The 2 of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick it was difficult to move. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes. But she didn't blink as she waited for Kagari to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate. Suzaha, did I just hear a loud noise? Suzaha felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Daru's voice. Why is it so dark? Dad, stay back! She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzaha flinch. Kagari was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt towards Daru just a moment before Suzaha. Kagari's knife went up to his throat. Daru better not do a Daru moment? You mean more like a Daru better not do a Kurisu moment here and, you know, die. Kagari spun around behind him, using Daru's huge body as a shield. Suzaha staggered towards him, gritting her teeth. Let go, Kagari. Lay one finger on Dad. I don't care who you are, Kagari. I'll kill you. She remained silent as she headed out the door with her hostage. In the next moment, she shoved him forward. He lost his balance and fell towards Suzaha. She fell to the ground underneath his weight. He just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! She tried to shove him off using more force than she intended. But he was so huge it would take him a moment to get up. This is why I told you to lose weight! She was getting away. What? Somehow, she managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow Kagari. Suzaha, wear this! Suzaha was still lying on the ground as she tossed the naked Suzaha Daru was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzaha her shirt. She grabbed it, put it on, then ran outside. But when she looked around the street, the girl in motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was no way to know even which way she'd gone. She got away. It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. There was a chance Daru would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab. Was that Kagari? Daru came outside. Yeah, I'm almost certain. So this is how it's going to be with the two of us in the end. The bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her. Okay, but at no point did you show that, Suzaha. At no point. You fucked around with her in the time machine. You constantly messed with her. You told her she wasn't a civilian anymore. Like... What? I don't know about that. Yeah. She was small, but so brave. She always did her best to protect Princess Mayuri. I taught her a lot. I thought of her as like a little sister. Did you? Yeah. But now, she's completely my enemy. Daru straightened up his shirt sleeves. He's not wearing sleeves. Doesn't make sense why she did it. I will say it doesn't make sense why she wants the, like, World War III world line to continue existing. I don't really get that. I mean, granted, we haven't really seen much of Kagari yet, so I'm not, like, shocked that we haven't gotten there yet, but I'm still kind of like, what the fuck are we, what? Like, obviously we need to learn more about her and get, like, her perspective before we figure out why. But as of right now, I really can't figure out why she wants to, like, change the world line. Or not change the world line. Especially when you consider it's not like Mayuri's a product of the world line. Like, she can still be friends with Mayuri. I don't know. It seems like a weird choice. Unless she's afraid that she won't be born. But, like... I don't know. You know, you look like a slutty girl in a hentai game right now, Suzaha. What? Suzaha was caught off guard. True, her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, roughly the length of a miniskirt. Her breasts were almost completely bared. The shirt's hem was turned up, and she felt exposed. Well, I don't mind hentai games with slutty girls, and I don't think the whole naked except for a t-shirt thing is all that bad. You're being silly again. You could have gotten badly hurt. But he shook his head. I got freaked out by the knife, but I don't think I really needed to be that scared. Unless I'm mistaken. He rubbed the part of his neck where the blade was. When she had the knife to my throat, I could hear it, just a little. Hear what? She was crying. Well, yeah, she just got her fucking arm yanked out of socket. And choked to death. Crying under the helmet after the battle with Suzaha while holding the knife to Daru's neck, but why? Don't you think it's too early to jump to conclusions?
父さん、
Dad,
な、
アイス
did you buy me that
買
ice
って
cream?
きてくれた？バニラ
あ、もちろん。
Of course.
食べたいな。
I'd love to eat it.
私
I'm a little tired.
ちょっと疲れちゃった。
Then she almost fell forward.
で、
Daru managed to catch her before she hit the ground.
おい、鈴葉。
ごめん、平気。
I'm fine, but let me rest a little.
少しだけ休ませて。
That was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arms, and her consciousness melted away. I feel like we're, like, missing so much. Like, the game's deliberately skipping what the fuck happened to Maho. Like, just a lot of things, like, what's happening? We're just jumping all over the place. It's very odd. Don't worry about it. I am worried about it. We're missing so many plot points. Hang on one second. One thing about that perspective situation that I don't really like is that the story does come across less focused, I suppose. Ugh. What is Steins Gate about? Chat, quickly recap for my boy Chrono. I've got to refill my water. I shall be... Oh, and I knocked over my energy drink can. Be right back. Maho is fine, no big worry. I am not gonna believe you. It's about a microwave banana. Very true. Stuck in a death loop? Jesus. Truly part 5. Know any good anime on Netflix? JoJo Part 6 just came out on Netflix only. Steins Gate? Yes. I don't think Steins Gate's on Netflix, is it? Oh. It's only on Netflix Japan. RIP. Region locked. Why? I don't understand why they do that. It's here in Germany. Oh. Well, it's not in Steins Gate or Netflix USA. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then, on the first Sunday in July, I met with Maho in Akihabara. I was waiting at the UPX, at the open cafe at UPX when Maho arrived. She was late. She looks so small without her coat.
Okabe-san!
Been a while. She ordered an iced coffee and took a deep breath. God, I want an iced coffee. I always do. But you know, we do talk to each other all the time on video chat. That's right. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Her habit of paying no attention to her clothes or looks hadn't changed at all. People were going to think she was an elementary school kid who decided to play at a friend's house. But it would upset her if I said that, so I never would. That's what happened to Maho? I don't believe you. I had no idea you were here. If I hadn't happened to see the doctor, I would have never found out. I was going to contact you once things calmed down. We needed to talk to each other about AI Kurosu at some point eventually. So you're here about the new encephalitis case? The doctor is, at least. I'm his assistant, but I'm mostly in charge of Amadeus. Have there been problems? I assume not, since I'm still getting my usual reports. Nothing really. Lately, it's been a struggle to deal with AI Kurosu, though. Hey. I heard a voice from my smartphone, which I'd placed on the table. What do you mean by struggle? It left the Amadeus app turned on. Of course, AI Kurosu could hear everything we said. She's gotten a little ruder since we first met. You're just afraid of me for no reason is all. Maybe. It was turning into our old relationship in the Alpha World line, where we fought all the time. I was starting to lose track of whether that was a good or bad thing. I thought I was trying to forget about Kurosu. You were pretty rude when we first met. I don't like that. I feel like all of the relationship between Okabe and AI Kurosu is like happening off screen. I really wish that wasn't the case. That was... She's rough on people when she meets them for the first time, you know? Why? Because they refuse to treat her like they're her real age. The two of them spoke in unison. So I always get upset. Once I get to know someone, they stop talking about my appearance, right? So I can speak normally around them. I guess I was right not to comment on her outfit. That was a close call. Anyway, back to Amadeus. It's an interesting sign that AI Kurosu is developing a bit of a sharp tongue. Why isn't that expected? She's got a sharp tongue with you as well.
私や教授の前では見せない一面なわけでしょ?
It's a side of her she never shows me or the professor, right? I don't think that's true.
それだけ深く心を開いて
That may be a sign of how much she's opened up to you.
開いてません.
I have not. Maho simply smiled and ignored her.
そうした心の動きをプログラムとして解析できるから
We can analyze those psychological changes as code.
私や教授と
This is a
話してい
change
る
we
だけ
never
で
would
は
have seen if
決
she'd
して
only
見
been
られな
speaking
かっ
to
た
me
変
and
化
the
だわ。
professor.
それだけで岡部さん
That
に
alone
テ
means
ス
we
ト
were
を
right
続
to
け
keep
て
you
もら
on
った
as a
価値があるという
tester.
ものよ。
そんなものか。
Is that how it works?
レスキネン教授も
The
その
doctor was
点を
very
高く
impressed by
評価
this
してい
too.
たわ。
She just kind of ignored what he asked. You watched the first episode of Demon Slayer? You know, I keep hearing to check out Demon Slayer, but I never do. Whoops. Listen to the drama CDs to hear off-screen stuff because we need to milk the Steingate sub-series. Are you referring to me? Or Science Adventure milking Steins Gate? Hugh, hello from the Reddit post. Nice. What's up, man? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Value. I knew those posts would eventually get me a viewer. That's huge. I think you're giving him too much credit. In fact, whenever he talks to me, he's always complaining. He's not very manly, you know. All the hard work finally paid off. It only took... all those memes take me an embarrassing amount of time to Photoshop. I knew it would pay off. We'd get one view eventually. Well, I knew my personality had gotten a bit negative. Especially given what I'd been through. Lamau, trauma Okabe, struggling. But did she really need to say that to Maho right now? An eye for an eye it is then. By the way, there's something I hadn't told you yet. What is it? It's something I don't think you or the doctor are aware of. Wait, what are you gonna tell her? Something Maho and the professor don't know? About me? Does the phrase Kurigohan and Kamehameha mean anything to you? A few weeks ago, I'd actually searched for Kurigohan and Kamehameha on a whim. It was the handle Kurisu had used on @channel when she was still alive. Otherwise known as a username. It's rare for users to have a specific handle. If someone posts something without a dedicated handle, their name will simply be displayed as anonymous. From what I'd seen, the comments started in the summer of 2008, then abruptly stopped in July of 2010. And then started up again in December of the same year. Even now, in July 2011, they were still appearing. If it wasn't Kurisu's ghosts and it wasn't an imposter, then the only one who could be writing those posts was... Okabe Rintaro, why don't we have a private chat? So it was you, after all. Do you think that's a bad idea not to tell them? It's an even worse idea to tell Maho. Why? Because I haven't breathed a word to her about me going on that channel. Why hide it? It's not a crime to read or comment on that channel. Debatable. Isn't that right? @channeler AI Kurisu. Listen, call me that one more time and I'll start making up gossip about you on that channel. That's practically a crime, though. I couldn't help but laugh. Conversations like this brought back so many memories. I used to be so full of myself that I'd tick off Kurisu all the time. Hey, what are you talking about? Nothing, don't worry about it. Delete all your memories of today from your hippocampus, please. You can hide it, but she's gonna find out eventually. Shut up. You two have gotten a lot closer over the last 6 months. Senpai, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's been so long since you and Okabe have seen each other, and I'm doing all the talking. Why don't you two take some time and chat? That's not what I meant. It's all Okabe's fault for saying something weird, isn't it? Is that true? Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha? Don't say that. Just like the real Kurisu, she was strangely obsessed with hiding the fact that she was an At Chandler. I need to go cool off, so I'm gonna hang up. Bye. AI Kurisu disappeared from the screen. Use the backlog. Please tell me that's a meme. I don't think so. I can make it a meme for my plug. It's a bit harder to make a meme out of the sound bites. All of Us Are Dead is a Korean zombie show? Oh, nice. I haven't heard that before. AI Kurisu had been kind of rude lately, so it felt good to have a chance to get back at her. If I overdid it, she's probably going to hold a grudge, so this was likely a good place to stop. What's Kuri Gohan? It's like a combination of Kurisu and Gohan, right? If you really want to know, ask AI Kurisu. If I explained it, she'd probably get mad and refuse to talk to me. So, how long are you going to stay here? Might be longer than last time. We barely know anything about the new encephalitis the doctor is researching. It's possible I'll be sent back on my own. If you got time, visit the lab. I'm sure Daru and Mayuri would love to see you. Mayuri, sure, but I don't know about Hashida. Maho was finally starting to understand Daru's true nature. Speaking of Daru, he should be on a date with Maho and Yuki right now. By the way, whatever happened to Kurisu's laptop? I destroyed it. It was the best thing to do. I explained that to you before, didn't I? I still haven't watched the Dragon Ball superhero movie. I should probably get around to that at some point. Yeah, you're right. She looked down with a sad expression on her face. I told her I was going to do it ahead of time. but it still must have upset her to see one of the last things she had to remember Kurusu by destroyed. That seems odd, though. I don't know, like, because it's not like the people following Okabe would have known he destroyed it and would still be after him. About half the seats at Go-Go Curry were full. It was a Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m., so the lunchtime rush was over. Suzaha was sitting at the restaurant's far edge, a baseball cap pulled down over her face. She was hiding her face with a cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby. Oh my god, is she stalking her parents? Here you are, your Major Curry. It consists of an extra-large portion of rice, pork loin, chicken, sausage, fried shrimp with tartar sauce, and a boiled egg. A cheerful employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays, more accurately, in front of them. Suzaha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple stood out, after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate Major Curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. The combination of this huge man and slim woman were as unbalanced as the combination of a pretty girl and Major Curry. Major Curry was big, huge. Suzaha knew from experience. The massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry, and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, boiled egg, and a mountain of cabbage. There was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. Suzaha was irritated. Why are you ordering a Major Curry on your first date with her, Dad? The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzaha was watching was, of course, Daru and Yuki. This is now my favorite sprite of Yuki. Every time she gets a new sprite, it's my new favorite. In the morning, they'd gone to see a movie in Yurakucho. Then they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Suzaha had followed them the whole time. Also, why is he just wearing a wife beater with suspenders on this date? He's seriously not wearing his, like, dress shirt? I don't understand. That's why she couldn't believe Daru's choice of date spots. I think it's because it's summer. So what? It's summer. Wear something more than a wife beater. I don't mind Go-Go Curry. In fact, I like it, but this is your first date. There are plenty of other places you could have gone. It all worked out in the end. Well, we don't know that it works out on this world line yet, to be fair. It could still, like, potentially not. You know what I mean? She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzaha knew next to nothing about Japan youth culture in 2011, and even she knew it was a bad idea. Who knew what was going through Yuki's mind, or so Suzaha thought. But... wow! That's even more amazing than the pictures. But we don't see it here. Where is it? I mean, glad we see Yuki, but... surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her, and innocently enjoying the huge curry. Oh, she ordered it? Amane, if you can't eat it all, I'll finish it for you, okay? Okay, thank you. But I'm actually pretty good at this. Good at what? Eating? Yeah, that's a surprise. I actually would always just come and look at the menu outside. I've always wanted to try this. I'm glad you brought me here. I'm glad to hear that. I feel like this art actually kind of looks like something out of Danganronpa. Daru doesn't, but this shot of Yuki looks like something out of the Danganronpa art style. You know what I mean? Suzaha had evidently worried over nothing, but she still realized that Daru was acting strange. It actually kind of does. Yeah, I know, right? Like, that looks like it... Yuki looks like she was drawn by a different artist compared to the other characters, honestly. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. His every move seemed oddly forced, as if he was a broken robot. And he downed glass after glass of water. I'm sorry, may I have some more water, too? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Daru poured water into Yuki's cup. Suzaha had a bad feeling, and she was right. Daru was moving so awkwardly, he almost spilled water on her hand. Are you okay? My hand just got a little wet. Anyway, let's eat before it gets cold, okay? Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes. Okay, let's eat. That would have been funny if they replaced the people with a star. Let's eat. Yuki seemed to be enjoying her meal, but Daru was very formal and quiet. How does Daru's hair work? I've honestly pictured Daru as bald and he's got like mutton chops. They need that meticulous detail for Yuki. It was an excellent decision. He was taking little nibbles out of a piece of fried cutlet, like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time, they weren't saying anything. What are you doing? Mom's not gonna want to be around you if you're like that. She decided to send him a message on Rhine telling him to get his act together, and she had just taken out her phone when... Here's your major curry with extra roast. Roast? A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she followed them into the store, she'd ordered her usual major curry with extra roast and then forgotten about it. Going on a date in a sweaty singlet is an inspired way to kill your future daughter. True. Now everyone was going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide. Uh-oh. So what is this? Like, I don't understand. Just because it's a big food order, everyone's like, oh my god, like it draws that much attention? Huh? Just as she expected, her eyes met Yuki's. Suzaha? I didn't realize you were here. What a coincidence seeing you here, Yuki. My brother. You should have said something. No, I didn't even notice you, really. She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite out of the major curry in front of her. Her experiences in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Daru staring at her as she reluctly picked up her spoon. Anyway, yeah, you two enjoy yourselves. Her only choice was to finish her extra-large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up her plate. Excuse me, can my friend sit with us? Oof. Sure. Okay, let's all eat together. Wait, why? Because you ordered major curry too, I think we need to have a race. Daru should be the judge. Before Suzaha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to their table. Wait. She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear. You're on a date, right? Oh, yeah, I'm on a date. It makes me blush when I say it out loud. But she's not blushing. What a liar. Stone cold. Daru didn't react, even though she was sure he'd overheard that. I've never been on a date, so I don't know how they work, but is it normal to have a curry speed eating contest with another girl in the middle of a date? I don't know. But you see a lot in anime and manga, don't you? Do you? The little sister who doesn't want to lose her big brother runs up to the girlfriend and says, "Let's have a competition." For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzaha was overwhelmed by her energy. I don't know anything about that. Is that how it works, brother? But even when she turned to Daru for help, he just awkwardly sat there, eating like a robot. Brother? He awkwardly turned his head to face her. The rest of him stayed completely still. I imagine him being like... What? The curry bowl equivalent of the meat bowl challenge. I think I could do a meat bowl challenge, but like something with a lot of rice in it, I don't think I could get down. Do you ever see Daru without a hat? Cursed. I do not want to take those bets, Magneta. I refuse to acknowledge what you just wrote, and will wash my eyes out with soap after the stream is done. What's wrong? You're acting weird. I am not acting weird. I am not acting weird at all. That's what every robot says. Suzaha glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. I thought we were going to see a CG of the food eating contest. Kind of lame that we did not. In the end, Yuki and Suzaha did have their curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. Suzaha won by a small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only other customers, but the staff as well, were applauding at the end. But the whole time, Daru kept eating by himself. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, she sent Daru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Daru to explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far, in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all. I'm so glad you were there. Yuki sighed after Daru left. Maybe I did something to offend him. Daru doesn't seem to enjoy being around me. You don't think he was just nervous? But he was having fun talking with me before the movie, you know? But after the movie, he started acting strange. Did Suzaha just third wheel her own dad? No, I think her own dad just kind of third wheeled on a mother-daughter, like, hangout. Based on how poorly the date went. Did I do something wrong? I asked him to take me to the curry place, but since he was acting like that the whole time, I wasn't really sure what to do. So since you happened to be there, I turned to you for help. What happened inside the theater? Suzaha hadn't followed them inside. She spent about 2 hours killing time outside. Hey. Why do you like my brother? Yuki's like making a lot of assumptions here. A lot of assumptions. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but he's not exactly a lady killer. What do you think about your brother? Me? Do you like him? Hate him? You like him, right? I can tell by watching you. Well, sure. It's more like a love thing, like you don't pick your family. There were parts of him she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad. Wait, why are we talking about me? So what about you? I still don't really know if I do like him or not. Oof. Oof. Suzaha just starts to fucking disappear. I see. She gets like Thanos snapped here. Not only had Daru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date, and they hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzaha stayed with him, and she, Mayuri, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together, but there hadn't been real progress. Oh, God. Suzaha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. Who would, the Suzaha personality, who would it be in, though, if, Daru and Yuki don't get together? Would it be Daru's kid or Yuki's kid? I mean, we guess we just kind of have to assume it would be Yuki's kid, right? Because Daru's probably not getting with anybody but his 2D waifus. Maybe Okabe? I started laughing and then I choked on my own spit. Sorry about that. Whoa. That's my fault, not yours. Ugh. I'm usually pretty good about muting the stream before I start fucking hacking right into it. How unprofessional. Imagine you were watching a news broadcast and the dude just started coughing into the mic. Ugh. cough reveal. That's true. We finally had cough reveal. Me before you choke to death, big rip. Don't worry, I'll just die off stream. I'll at least go behind the green screen, you know what I mean? Much like an injured cat hides from its family, I'll just hide behind the green screen if I die on stream. Ugh. Okay, sorry. She imagined that future. Without her. I don't want that. She looked straight into Yuki's eyes and said, "You're my mommy." And then Yuki went, "How do you mean that?" Because I'm willing to try some things out. I'm gonna be leaving soon. I'm moving someplace far away. Really? Why has the chair been streaming for 12 hours? Lamau, yeah. I think that's when, like, streams end, actually. Like, I don't think you can stream longer than that. I've gotta go. I didn't say your name as to send you out of here 12 hours, but see you, man. Have a good one. I gotta say though, this is funnier than previous streamer. Rough. And you just hear me like coughing in the background. Anyway, Suzaha will not return. And I'm worried about I mean my brother. So Yuki, I know this is a weird thing for me to ask. And then she bowed deeply. Please take care of Hashida Daru. There was no answer from Yuki. And she was... Because Yuki ran the fuck off. She was like, I'm not gonna be responsible for this man-child. Suzaha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely. And kind of sad. I don't know what I want to do. Yuki whispered, and then Suzaha. Then Suzaha what? Then Suzaha what? Oh, jeez, what are we gonna do? Everything's almost finished, even though it's never started. As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father. Isn't this changing the timeline or the world line? All this constant physical abuse? Or verbal abuse? Suzaha, I'm so sorry. The Hashida family is doomed. Stop sitting there feeling sorry for yourself. This isn't funny. Start by explaining why you were acting this way. I'm about to coach you on your date behavior. Suzaha. Oh god, AK. Oh god. You looked so excited when you left, and Mom said you were normal until halfway through the movie. Yeah. So what the hell happened? Wait, you see, listen to this. You know how the movie theater seats are cramped? So I tried to sit as far away to the edges so I wouldn't get in Amani's way. And then I heard this crack and the seat broke. Huh?
で慌てて体を支えようとし
And
て
I tried to support myself, so I grabbed the armrest.
それが
But it wasn't the armrest.
肘掛けじゃな
It
く
was
て
Amane's
天音氏の
hand.
うん
Yeah? I guess Suzaha's like, okay.
そんなこと
Mom didn't say
お
anything
母さ
about
ん一
that.
言も言ってなかった。
嘘じゃないよ。あの柔らかい感触は肘掛けのはずがない。
I don't like this
女
sprite.
の子の手に決まって
I
る。
really don't like this sprite. I'm telling you the truth, it was so soft. It couldn't have been an armrest. It was a girl's hand. It had to have been.
そう。
I see.
ただ僕、女の子と手をつなぐ
You
なんて
see, I've held a lot of
二次元
2D
ならと
girls'
もかく
hands,
三
but
次
never a
元じゃ
real
ほとんど
girl's.
経験なくて。
How do you hold a 2D hand?
それで
What happened then?
天音氏優しいからさ、僕を傷つけないようにと思った
Amane's
のか。
nice. I guess she didn't try to shake it off because she didn't want to hurt me.
僕ってこのなんか
But you know how fat I am, right? I sweat a lot. She must have gotten soaked, but she didn't say a word.
それからすごく意識するよう
So
に
then
な
I
っ
really
ちゃっ
started
て
to think about that.
ああ、なるほ
So
ど、ね。
that's why you were acting weird.
それであんな
I
に
mean, or she just
心
didn't
地にな
pull
って
away
たの
because she likes you and she wanted to hold your hand. Like, what is that's a possibility.
天音氏もきっと心の中でキモいうざい
I'm sure in her mind she was going, get off me, you creepy loser pervert.
母さんはそんな人
Mom's
間じゃ
not
ない
like
よ
that. She also likes you. In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him. The problem was what she'd said.
私
I
は
don't know what I want to do.
どうしたら
What
い
does
い
she
でしょ
mean
う
by that? Does that mean she's not gonna get me born?
母さんがわからない。
I don't know what mom's thinking.
鈴葉こうなったら母さんのことは諦めて
Suzaha, let's give up on mom and you can live with me. That's not how it works, Daru.
言ってることがめちゃくちゃだよ。そもそも
You're not making
私は
sense.
どうやって
How am I supposed to be
生まれ
born?
てくればいいんだ。
でも無理
It's
だって
impossible.
父さんが頑張らないで
How
どう
come
す
you're
る
not
の
even trying?
このピン
Even
チ
if
をチャ
things
ンス
look
に変
bad,
え
you
な
have to
よ
keep going. She grabbed her father by the collar and shook him.
出ないと
If you don't... She remember how sad Yuki had looked when they said goodbye.
出ないと取り返しがつかないこと
Otherwise,
にな
something
るよ。
awful will happen.
で
Hey,
すよ
guy.
ね
Yeah. Suzaha was starting to wonder about leaving, especially now that she had even more to worry about. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Yuki at all. She realized again how powerless she was, being from the future. Can we move the plot along? Let's stick with Okabe for a while, please. The Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese Office Prep Room. What the fuck is that name? Daru cosplay for the thumbnail? It was indeed. Anyway, the office hadn't changed in 6 months. It was still far from being what it needed to be, and it still was almost completely empty. There were rows of empty desks. The amount of dust on the tables had perhaps increased. After the doctor had left, it probably remained unused. Sorry to call you out here like this, Lintalo.
Yeah.
It's fine. The doctor had told me he wanted an update on the Amadeus app to the latest version, so I'd come to his office after class. Maho had connected my phone to her PC to begin the process. He said it'd only take like 10 minutes, so I was sitting around and waiting. This is where they're gonna like try and steal his data or some shit, right? By the way, Lintalo, I thought you were gonna wear the cosplay during the stream. The problem is I can't wear the Daru cosplay during the stream because the green shirt makes me invisible, so you wouldn't really tell. I know we discussed this before, but would you seriously consider being an exchange student? I bet many people want Daru to be invisible. Yeah, many people want Daru to be invisible, but not me. Because that's why everyone is obviously watching the stream. It's not just because of Steins Gate. I'm sure everyone is going to still watch even after I'm done streaming this game. Right? Right? If it doesn't bother you, I'd be willing to write a recommendation letter. I would be Daru for an entire 5 hours. I would be Daru for an entire... I don't know. The Suzaha process. And then I would be done. Of course, you would need to pass the tests and the interviews. I frantically straightened my posture. That's a very tempting offer, but... Lumberjack Daru thumbnail? Is it a lumberjack? I even photoshopped a little question mark on the hat. I don't think I've got the academic talent for it yet. My goal is to go to VCU, so I really don't want to screw it up. And so I was planning on really buckling down and studying for at least another year. The doctor pierced his lips as I tried to stammer out an explanation. But soon...
Okay.
He patted me on the shoulder and smiled. I knew you were a very thoughtful young man. Really? No one's ever told me that before. Saying it was one thing, but maybe I was just a coward. There were times when you needed the courage to move forward without being afraid of failure. Was now one of those times? So you'll try next year then, huh? How much... What year is Okabe even? I feel like he's running out of time to fucking go to school, man. Yeah, maybe. Had I missed my chance? Would the doctor wait until next year? I started to get nervous. It's not good to obsess over things too much. I think even coming to visit would help your motivation. Visit? Didn't Okabe just enter college? I thought he was at least like 3 years deep now, yeah? Because he was in college during the first OG Steins Gate. And then it's been like a year or two since, right? Create a Daru hate channel in the Discord? I mean, in the Spike Tunesoft Discord, you guys can just talk about how much you hate Daru. Because that's for talking about all things, Spike Tunesoft. If the timing works out for you, we'd be willing to pay to have you visit. How about it? Really? I can't believe you do that for me. Thank you. Of course, I don't know when I'll be heading back to America next, so I can't exactly say when it'll be. Right. I bowed my head in gratitude. Meeting the doctor was really a lucky break for me. Oh, I'm gonna wait for this is gonna age like milk. By chance, my eyes met Maho's. For some reason, her smile was sad. She quickly looked away, and went back to work. Suspicious. Maho was staying in a business hotel a few stops down from Guaco City. She said she deliberately avoided staying in the same hotel as last time. Jesus, what a fucking sty. I would have kind of figured this was Okabe's room. It's not quite as convenient, though.
というか
You know,
少し
why
は
not
片付
clean
けた
up
ら
a
どう
bit?
だ
She hadn't spent that much time in Japan, and it was already messy.
片付ける？
Clean up?
私は自分が
I've got everything laid out in the most efficient manner for my use.
しているだけよ。
Why is there toilet paper on your table? Looks like alcohol bottles. Which meant she was refusing the hotel's cleaning service. You know that's why you're never getting a boyfriend, right? I could hear AI Kurosu from my phone. She was annoyed. After the app updated, I left Amadeus running. Nobody asked you! You know, a lot of people hate Maho, and you don't know why? I don't know why people would hate Maho. I like her. Any normal person would be embarrassed to invite someone over to a room like this. Wow, cleaning wasn't a specialty of mine either. It wouldn't be right to give her too much of a hard time.
それで
So what do you want to talk about? Hang on one second. Sorry, I just totally lost my train of thought there. Maho has the funny face. Yeah, I enjoy her, I feel like Maho has a lot of fans. Maho underrated because she's not in the OG game. I could see people being, like, Puritans about it. Like, well, she's not in the first game. Hey, what's up, Ruben? But yeah, I like Maho. I enjoy her. Give me 2 seconds. I shall be right back. Oh, Lord. Kaede and Fubuki don't exist? Accurate. I like most of the characters with a few exceptions. I like Nai. I appreciate Yandere Nai. Well, I guess it's not even Yandere. Psychopath Nai? I haven't really experienced enough of Kaede or Fubuki to really give you an accurate assessment. We haven't really had a Fubuki perspective in a while. I feel like it's been a couple... I mean, shit, it hasn't been one this stream. We haven't seen Fubuki in a minute. Anyway, what do you want to talk about, Maho? An excessive amount of fades to white in this chapter. I'd come to Maho's hotel because she said she wanted to talk to me about something. I wouldn't have minded about talking about it in the office, but she insisted on speaking alone in her hotel. Have we reached an end yet? No, we have not. I knew she didn't mean anything by it. After knowing her for half a year, I knew she wasn't the type. Maho looked like she was having trouble finding the words she wanted to say. Characters just exist in Zero? Really? Like Fubuki? Because I'm really hoping we get like more of her perspective or something. Like, we revealed she has reading Steiner as well, and we just kind of like fucking tabbed out from that storyline. Uh-oh, no music? Gamer knows, that is usually a bad sign. You still haven't told me the truth about what happened to Kurisu. I quickly shut the Amadeus app. I want to ask you about the time machine, too. The time machine? You're the one who said that Kurisu was involved in Dr. Nakabachi's paper. Was she really working on a time machine? Close your laptop! Get the tinfoil hat! Maho, what are you doing? The anime really left out a lot and ruined a lot of the characters. Damn. For Zero? Because, like, I thought the OG Steins Gate anime was great. So that's disappointing to hear that Steins Gate Zero anime is not as good. Kurisu was a gremlin, but she didn't have the same gremlin energy. She doesn't make, like, the faces. Maho gets a text, you know too much, and it's a plate of jelly. We haven't seen enough jelly this stream. She makes the noises, is that not enough? No. To get true gremlin energy, you have to be like, Gah! You gotta make the face. Kurisu never made the face, she was too embarrassed to go full gremlin. Also, Final Fantasy, have you decided to join the Discord channel where you can chat with all of us even when the streams are over? Actually, let's go back to no music. But no faces, yeah. Magneti, you gotta commit to the gremlin energy. You gotta get the meme faces going to be a true gremlin. How should I answer these questions? She's not making a meme face, so she must be serious. Enough with the flashbacks. Just fucking put this image over the screen. Good lord. Last time, she'd been trying to decrypt Kurisu's laptop. I was willing to tell her what I'd experienced in order to get her to stop. In the end, I'd lost the chance. But things were different now. Kurisu's laptop was gone. There was no reason to bring it up anymore. But then Maho said something I didn't expect. Actually, I've been researching a time machine for the last 6 months, along with my normal research. What? I thought that if Kurisu could do it, so could I. It's just a silly rivalry. Maybe I'm just being stubborn. But you know, if I could make a time machine, I told myself, maybe I could save Kurisu. Don't! This is awful. Why bring it up? Maho was still haunted by Kurisu's death just as much as I was. Don't get stupid ideas. Don't try to save Makise Kurisu. It's impossible. The laws of God won't allow it. Then I was right. I was right. You know something, don't you? Maho got closer to me. Did she really do it? Did Kurisu really make a time machine? You used it to become humanity's first time traveler, didn't you? I know you did. Do you have proof of that? I pretended to remain calm. Maho seemed shocked at her own words. Did they explain how Maho got out of the situation at that cliffhanger? No, they did not, which is weird.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
私どうかしているわ。
I'm being
こん
weird.
な妄想を
I can't believe I said something
口
so
にするなん
delusional.
て。
I feel that, I don't know, I've got some like weird thoughts of where this is headed. I feel like we're dealing with, because they were all like weird about her, I feel like she's been like messed with in some way, shape, or form. Like her memories got overridden, or she's been like replaced with like AI Maho, or she's been fucking like brainwashed. I feel like because the doctor seems to know something about Okabe's like antics, like he's connected somehow. So I feel like Maho is now a tool of some sort after that like cliffhanger ending, and that's why they're not mentioning it. Maho is genetically turned into a gremlin, exactly, yeah. Join the Discord? Nice. Thank you. Maho is a tool of the organization, confirmed, yeah. I don't know, I got that paranoid feeling. She started to cry. You did mention brainwashing in the first stream? I did. And that's why I've got that feeling, because it's just been like, ever since Amadeus was mentioned and they talked about overriding memories, that's been something I've thought about since the beginning of the game. Like, the whole way they described how, like, you could replace memories just seemed super brainwashy to me. You know? I didn't know what to do when she started to cry right in front of me.
どうしたのかしら。私
What's gotten into me? I didn't mean...
全然
I didn't mean to
泣
cry.
くつもりなんて。
Especially because she keeps, like, accidentally crying. I feel like that's also a weird thing. Like, that's a red flag. She used her fingers to wipe away tears. She seemed unstable. I could sense a lot more fragility than I'd seen before. She looked like she'd been psychologically pushed to the limit. All things she'd experienced must have taken a toll on her. Okabe wants to, like, grab her and shake her and be like, you don't fucking know where the limit is. We were talking on video chat. I hadn't seen any of the signs at all. Should I tell her? If she was researching a time machine, that was a bad sign. She might start looking into things and open doors that should remain closed. If that was the case, I should just tell her what I experienced and then have her give up, just like I did. It's gonna fight? Fine. I'll tell you what I experienced. Promise me you won't tell anyone. Uh-oh. And I'll say this one more time. Don't get any ideas about saving Makise Kurisu. Spills the entire story of Steins Gate. Girls who cry too much, red flag. Bruh. Clipping me out of context. Got it. She nodded as she wiped away the tears. I told her about the events in the Alpha World line, about the time machine, and about my reading Steiner. About the method of sending memories back through time that I had called a time leap. Well, technically, he did not call it time leap. That was Kurisu's name for it. About how Kurisu had developed a time leap machine that made this possible. About Amane Suzaha, the time traveler from the year 2036. About the future Suzaha had told us about, World War III. About how the race to develop a time machine would set off the war. I told her all of those things as matter-of-factly as I could. As for how Kurisu died, I couldn't tell her that. When I told her everything, she fell silent for a bit. Does that mean when she explains the Alpha World, when he's explaining the Alpha World line, I assume that means he recaps, like, how many times he tried to save Mayuri? That really was a Steins Gato. Did stream just crash? By the way? I always wonder that whenever the, like, view count, like, automatically cuts in half, but I still see more people in chat than the view count says. No, everyone else just left except those people who are actively chatting. RIP then. Dead stream. Yeah, right away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus me, but it says only 5. RIP. And then Final Fantasy, Joshu. YouTube glitch again. Yeah, YouTube, like, intentionally turning down my analytics. So I can't... They're trying to contain me. Trying to contain me so I can't become a big YouTuber. YouTube trying to shoot down the potential of that 24-hour muck stream. They know the chaos that would rot on YouTube if there was a 24-hour muck stream. And so they said no. We cannot allow it. Have I seen the Delta World line? I don't think so. I remember that being mentioned, though. She took a deep breath, frowned, and rubbed her temples. My head hurts. YouTube is the organization, literally. Muck would destroy YouTube. It could not be contained. Fucking concurrent viewer accuracy, my ass. These analytics are just to tank me. I assume this means the copyright strike actually probably went through or something. Or maybe not. I don't know, whatever. I know the power of muck, indeed. Alright. You don't need to believe it at all. You can think I'm crazy if you want. It doesn't bother me. But if you insist on continuing to research a time machine and save Muck Sekurisu, I'll do whatever I have to do in order to stop you. Why? But why? So give up on any ideas you've got. Stop pushing yourself so hard. I was about to say more, but Maho put her hand up. So let me get this all straight in my head a little more. This reading Steiner you told me about, isn't it the new encephalitis? The symptoms match what the doctor told me about. It's true, it might be. I still don't know whether I should tell him or not. It may just confuse him for no good reason. What do you think? Don't ask me, please. Maho was still massaging her temples with her fingers. That's true. Sorry. Did you really destroy Kurisu's laptop? Yeah.
見た？
Did you see what was on it?
ロックの解除方法がわから
I
な
didn't know how to crack the password.
見よう
There
か
was
ね
no way I could. Even Daru said he couldn't do it. There was no way I could do it.
あなたはクリスが書いたタイム
Did
マシ
you
ンに
read
関
the
する
original
オリジ
paper
ナ
on
ル
the
の
time
論
machine
文
that
を
Kurisu wrote?
Yeah,
See,
but-
these are weird fucking questions to ask after all of this. She's like really trying to pry for like the time machine stuff. That's why I think the brainwashing thing is there, man. Because if she's truly Kurisu's friend, she would be asking about like the repeat and the cycle and convergence and like why are things fated to be the way that they are? How can we break fate? You know, I wasn't there in that timeline, so wouldn't me going back like possibly change things for Kurisu? Like asking this nonsense, that's what's weird.
いや
No. Maho kept asking me questions. She seemed to be in some kind of hurry.
あなたはクリスが
Do you
どう
know
や
how
ってタイム
Kurisu
リープ
made
マ
the
シン
time
を
loop
完成
machine?
させたか知っているの？
おおよそはな
The basics.
再現できる？
Could you recreate it?
どうだろうか
No. Maybe with
誰を
Daru's
助
help.
ける
できるのね。
So you could.
俺一人じゃ難
It'd
し
be
い
difficult for me to do on my own.
私なら
What about me?
そんなことは考え
Don't
る
even think about it. She grimaced as if she was in pain. I realized how pale she was.
ヒアジョさん大丈夫か
Are you okay? Did she really have a headache or something?
少し
You wanna lie down? She shook her head and kept asking me questions.
タイムマシンは
Where is the time machine now?
どこにあるの？鈴葉さんが乗ってき
The
たと
one
いう
that Suzaha used.
それはどこ
Where
に
is it?
どこなの？
Where? I wasn't sure if I should say without Suzaha's permission.
秋葉原だ
Maho looked so desperate, I found myself answering her question.
ラジカンの屋上に
It's still there, on top of the Radicon.
そう
I see. Her shoulders slumped, and her head drooped. I was worried she might ask to see it for herself, but maybe she really was sick.
本当に
Are you really okay? I put my hand on her shoulder and looked at her face.
今日はもう休んだ
You
方
should
が
rest for today. There was no warning at all. Her tiny body slammed into me. The force was enough to push me back into the wall. Wait, what?
何
I
を
mean, by wait, what? I mean, how is she able to move Okabe at all? She's like half the size. Not that, obviously, she's attacking him here. Before I knew what was happening, her arm was against my throat. She was using the bone in her arm to put pressure on my windpipe. I couldn't breathe or speak. Okabe is a weak boy. I know he's a weak boy, but Maho is like 4'7". Fucking probably 80 pounds soaking wet. I twisted my body and tried to resist, still clueless as to what was going on. Then she used her other hand to grab my hand and slam it into the wall. Her strength was incredible. Oh, I guess I do remember them talking briefly about, like, putting an athlete's memories into someone's head. Maybe they fucked with her that way, but I mean, that wouldn't make her muscles stronger.
残念だわ
I'm sorry, Okabe.
岡部さん
Her voice was dark and cold. She moaned again, her face twisted in pain.
頭が
My head feels like it's going to explode. She was crying.
なんで
Why?
なんで私に
Why did you tell
話
me?
してくれたのあなたは
You shouldn't have said
黙ってい
anything.
る
I couldn't escape. I grabbed her long hair and tried to pull her away, but she didn't move at all. As if she felt no pain. Oh, is this... Yeah, so AI Maho is in there then, right? AI Maho is the one attacking. And real Maho is the one that's crying and trying... Is like, why are you saying stuff? My phone had been vibrating in my pocket for a while now. I desperately grabbed for it. I pressed the button. Please answer, AI Kurisu. Okabe? Kurisu! I was blacking out. Was I gonna die here? Without even knowing why Maho was trying to kill me? But the whole time she was strangling me, Maho looked like she was in so much pain. Bro, like, literally just grab her throat and, like, push backward. I don't understand. She is 4'7". You have, like, twice her wingspan. Hit the gym? Yeah, for real, what? You gonna 100% the visual novel? Probably, or at least I'll try to get most of the endings. I'm not gonna try to get, like, all the text messages and achievements and stuff, but we'll probably try to get the endings. Tennis club was a lie, Lamau. The whole time she was strangling me, she looked like she was in pain. Was she still crying? Before I could figure out if her tears were real or not, I passed out. When I woke up, my throat hurt. We also exposed AI Kurisu to the truth. Or, like, for Maho to learn that AI Kurisu would know stuff. So that's gonna make her vulnerable, I think. Homeboy, like, reached down to grab his phone while he was getting choked out. I tried to cover my mouth with my hands, but something was keeping them from moving. I opened my eyes and saw that I was sitting in some kind of chair with my head facing downward. I raised my head. My hands were tied to the armrest. When I tried to break out, the ties dug into my skin and hurt. I tried looking around. This was a room I had never seen before. There were machines that looked like they belonged in an operating room of a hospital. The wall was lined with monitors, like some kind of guard room or control room. I couldn't see windows, so I had no idea where I was. Someone. My throat hurt when I tried to talk. Then I remembered Maho almost killed me. Why did she do that? I felt more confused than angry.
Yeah, Rintaro. Mega sameta kai?
Hello, Lintalo. You're awake? I heard footsteps and saw a wavering shadow beneath the dim fluorescent lights in front of me. I knew that voice.
Leskinen.
Leskinen? Oh, was that? I think I finally know how to say the name. Jesus Christ. Might listen to your old Final Fantasy stream and older streams since I drive to Little Rock. I would definitely recommend listening to other streams that, say it again. Leskinen? Leskinen? Did I nail it? Are we good? Leskinen? Never mind, Keck. Oh, damn. Thought I had it. Close enough? I called it first reaction, same. Someone sounded out for me. Let's be honest, Leskinen was obvious, yeah. But, click on audio log. Oh, true.
気分はどうかな喉が渇いたなら
Leskinen.
Leskinen.
教授 Leskinen.
Leskinen.
教授 Leskinen. 教授
Leskinen.
Leskinen. 教授 Leskinen.
Leskinen.
教授
Leskinen.
Leskinen.
Leskinen. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Fucking 40 hours in, we finally got just a pure voice line. But yeah, I would check. You can check the playlist tab, Final Fantasy, and look for any assortment of games. that you would like. I've played all kinds of visual novels like Danganronpa and Persona and all kinds of story-based games. I would... if you're a fan of Final Fantasy VII, you should probably not watch my Final Fantasy playthrough. You'll just get mad. 20 hours later. Let's check. What's my game time? Let's open up Steam. 16 hours. What endings have you gotten so far? I have not gotten an ending. We are endingless so far. Leskinen. 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 Nailed it.
Leskinen.
I'm still gonna call him the doctor. How do you feel? If you're thirsty, I can get you some water. When I looked again, I saw he wasn't alone. There were several men behind him in black suits. They looked at me without saying a word. All of them holding guns. They looked like MIBs and reminded me of the foreigners I'd almost ran into at Daru's shop 6 months ago. Or was it the same group? I would rather chat kind of like guides me into getting other endings so I don't spoil myself. The doctor's one pale, pasty motherfucker. Yeah, you could always tell by how pale he was that he was going to be a bad guy. That's why I said during the first stream, I was like, wow, I sure hope nothing bad happens with this guy. What's going on? There were a lot of things I wanted to ask, but more than anything, I wanted to know why Dr. Leskinen wasn't helping me. Of course, the first thing that came to mind was the obvious. It was the doctor who had put me here, and Maho had captured me under his orders. But I didn't want to think about that. Where are we? All I could ask was a stupid question like that. I was right. You truly are a treasure trove of information. Right now, you're as valuable as the President of the United States. They're spoiler-free. Feel free to drop a link to the spoiler-free guide in the link in the description below, my Discord channel. Apparently we're at an end here. He didn't answer me, but he showed me a self-satisfied smile. I could feel alarm bells going off in my head. I was getting more suspicious of the doctor. Am I in prison? It would be more accurate to say you're under our protection. Once your value becomes clear, there will be a lot of people coming after you. Did you order this, Doctor? That's right. I made the decision. After hearing about your information from Maho, where is she? Resting in her hotel room, I'd imagine. Did she become my friend in order to extract information from me? That wasn't her original intent, but in the end, that's how it ended up, though. You too? Were you nice to me because you were after something? Who are you? How? Please calm down. I picture him like voiced like the G-Man from Half-Life sometimes. I told you before, haven't I? A scientist must remain calm at all times. Excitement is only allowed when the experiment is a success. Instead of feeling calm, the doctor's attitude was pissing me off. I felt betrayed. There was rage, frustration, sorrow, and a lot of other feelings all mixed together as I gritted my teeth. He ignored me and gave a brief order in English to the other men, and they left. Only the doctor and I remained.
さて、リンタロウ。
Now then,
私のもう一つの仕事の
I'll
話
tell you about my other job. Rise and shine, Mr. Lintalo.
もう一つの仕事。
Your other job? It was then I remembered the other world line I'd been sent to. Shinomiya had told me about an American organization that demanded I be turned over.
CIA
Are you with the CIA?
NSC
The NSC? But he only chuckled.
一緒にされて
Don't
は
compare me to
死んだ
those
な
idiots.
彼らは
They're just a bunch of useless government employees.
無能な公務員の集まりだよ。
Preach.
君は Strategic Focus 社という
Are you aware of an American civilian intelligence company called Strategic Focus?
ストラテジックフォーカス社。
I'd heard of them before, on a conspiracy theory site that old me used to read all the time. Okabe sure has consistent bad luck with older men.
ストラト4。
Stratfo is an American private intelligence agency that's sometimes referred to as the Shadow CIA. It has its own independent intelligence network that it uses to gather and analyze security info from all over the globe, and many famous companies and military organizations are present on its board of advisors. They're a for-profit company with completely different ideals and policies from groups like Anonymous, who cracked classified info, or WikiLeaks, that's a term I haven't heard in a while, which publishes public interest-related information by whistleblowers. There's a real information broker named Strategic Forecasting Incorporated that is based in Texas, but this company bears no relationship whatsoever. Embrace your inner Alex Jones. Oh god. We had a lab, we had text subjects, you throw it away. Turns out if you live to adulthood in the Steins Gate world, you are very suspicious. I remember reading that they'd acquired top secret info on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then they sold it. I also think it's cool that Steins Gate uses like some real world stuff to like make the world feel more real in this game. Like the John Titor, things like that. I appreciate that. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation. Lamau, him lying they had one. CERN is based off CERN? Is Stratfor a real thing? Kind of, yeah. At least according to the tip that we just read. I wonder if it'll still come up. There's a real information broker named Strategic Forecasting. But it bears no relation. I'm sure it's just based off of that. Or the name is based off of that. At the same time, it would cause a total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtained information about the warring countries faster than anyone, and spread it as needed. Doki Doki Literature Club is a good novel. It is. I actually watched a playthrough of Doki Doki before playing it myself. I actually never even really played it myself, because I had watched someone's playthrough of it. The world's governments call them the Shadow CIA. CERN has referenced Steins Gate a few times. That's bold. You'd think almost PR-wise they wouldn't want to do that because they're, like, the bad guys. But again, I guess it's cool, though.
あなたが そのストラト4だって。
You worked for Stratfo?
でも
But I thought you were the chief researcher at the Brain Science Institute. Silly Okabe, don't you know all these professors have like a bunch of other fucking jobs? Once you get rich, it's easy. You just consult for shit.
本業はそっちだよ。
That's my real job, of course.
ところで、
By the way,
私はよく
I often run into people who tell me the exact same things.
出くわすんだ。人間は
They tell me that humans are just monkeys that murder each other. The human brain, the development of the neocortex, are what give rise to crazy religions and crazy ambitions. And that's why there are wars. But every time I hear that, I think to myself, that's stupid. It's nonsense. Who could believe something so silly? Yeah, I do have Doki Doki Literature Club videos on the channel. But yeah, they weren't by me. They were back when I used to do collabs and stuff. Well, not really collabs, but my friends would also like make videos. Back when I had those. American with the least amount of jobs. Why do humans fight all these useless wars? Do you know, Lintalo? I know that I'm memeing when I say him like that, by the way. I know it's like that's him actually pronouncing it Rintaro, but I like pronouncing it all funny. It's because of information. I hope the next visual novel that Kubai tries is, well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the next visual novel I tried, better not have as much fucking copyright strikes. I get like 20 strikes a stream for this, game. But anyway, they get into wars because of information. Information wars, you could say. All human beings are part of a certain community, a certain colony, if you will. Each individual thinks he's acting on his own, but in fact, all of our brains are connected by the information distributed by our community. Is this guy about to fucking explain Zero Escape and the morphogenetic field to me? Calm the fuck down. And thus, we are forced to live as members of a herd, whether we like it or not. All the information in the world can be accessed from the morphogenetic field. You just have to try hard enough. Let me give you an example. Well, as examples go, it's not the best, but... The worst massacre in history, which was carried out by a certain European country, did not take place during the dark ages of the witch trials. It was halfway through the 20th century, in a time when the atomic bomb already existed. The country that carried it out was one of the most civilized on Earth. We'll leave the question of their leader's sanity to the historians, but well, this is, like, timely. I wonder what European country they could be referring to, that they're being very careful not to name here. I wonder also what leader they could be referring to. God, I just thought of an awful joke. Guys, do you think we should ask Kanye what the what leader they could be referring to? And what world event that they could be referring to? Do you think he would know? I'm just so confused as to what event that was referring to. Maybe Kanye West would know. You see, it's fine because I didn't make fun of a specific group of people. I made fun of Kanye West. That's how you gotta narrowly avoid getting cancelled. What about the people who are actually on the ground doing the killing? Were they simply murderous monkeys? No. They were people. Like any others you might find. Oh god. Oh god. Speaking as a brain scientist, I'm certain that if I were to examine one of their brains, I'd find nothing wrong with them at all. Man, this guy's out here reaching to defend Nazis. What a stretch, bro. Good lord. But once they received the wrong information, their brains became capable of murder without remorse. The wrong information? This is our job. We are in the right. And anyone who does not obey is evil. That information. What are you trying to say? There needs to be someone who can control the information given to these fragile things we call brains. What is that, an incorrect thought I detected, Doctor? We're going to have to rewrite your brain with my Amadeus machine. With it, if you have any more of these wrong thoughts. That is the ultimate goal of strategic focus. As I am in complete agreement with that goal, I work as an agent for them in addition to being a brain scientist. Do you understand? I don't. That's just like the kind of monologue a villain gives in the movies. In the end, all you're doing is selling info for money. Doctor, inject to lewd Steins Gate CGs directly into the bloodstream. You said I'm a treasure trove of info, right? Who are you going to sell info in the time machine to? America, China, or the war zones in Africa and the Middle East? All of them. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Just like nuclear weapons. Every nation needs them to act as a restraint against all the others. Time machines aren't like nuclear weapons. No one even realizes if they've been used. The whole world might change without even the person who used it knowing. Who's gonna get this info? Yes. I'm gonna publish it on Wikipedia. Under the Time Machine article, it's just gonna be instructions on how to make it. There's no way to restrain their use. The world will just keep changing and changing, with no one knowing which country alternated the world line or how. That's right! A time machine is a far more delicate thing than a nuclear weapon. That's why we need your power. All of you people, I should say. How did this Metal Gear Solid villain end up here? An excellent question. You called it reading Steiner, as I recall. It seems to have the same symptoms as the new encephalitis. That's right, he was researching the encephalitis too. Fucking Okabe, like, forgets, like, the most crucial of plot things, like, all the time. We've reached the point where we realize that the patients may be capable of detecting changes to the past. But we wanted proof. So does every intelligence agency in the world. They're desperately searching. I hated myself for not realizing the possibility sooner. I'd always had the wrong idea. I thought the reason the new encephalitis patients were being brought together was just to give them meaningless treatment. But I was naive. Too naive. Their goals were to gather people with reading Steiner and study them. Maho told me all about your amazing abilities. I'd originally just hoped to get information about Kurasu's successes. But instead we got even more info on the new encephalitis. You're wonderful. This puts us a step ahead of the rest of the world. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? You had. I wouldn't have had to do so many things to your friend Katsumi's brain. Did he mean Fubuki? Who the fuck else did he mean? And I wouldn't have had to use the procedure on Maho either. Was that why she was acting so weird? I really don't need these flashbacks to, like, just show their sprite in a different room. I know who we're talking about. She's your assistant. She respected you. She looked up to you. How could you use her in a human experiment? It was necessary to acquire info that will benefit all of humanity. There's no need to panic. Both Maho and Katsumi will survive with only minor impairments to their brain functionality. You're insane! For the first time, I felt hatred for and fear of the man in front of me. And yeah, he's kind of acting like giving everyone a nuclear weapon will create peace. Vibin guy's in my Discord, yeah. I couldn't believe this was the same man I had once respected so much. If we investigate the brains of patients who've contracted reading Steiner, I'm sure we'll learn more. We can sell that in a set along with the time machines. We can maintain the military balance of power across the world and avoid war. I want your cooperation too. His mannerisms hadn't changed, even as he spoke of these horrifying things. He spoke of these insane things in the same manner that Maho once described as like a mischievous child. You're not invited to next year's Christmas party, you bastard. You tricked me, didn't you? You approached me just because I was friends with Kurusu. You tried to get information about Kurusu from me. I don't think I ever tricked you. It was a coincidence that we first met. It's true that a major reason I asked you to test Amadeus was your relationship with Kurusu. But it's also true that as I got to know you, I really did take an interest in you. I still wish you could be my assistant. But that's a separate matter. Remember what I said. You're as valuable as the President of the United States himself right now. I need to prioritize the company's work over my private feelings. For the sake of humanity's future peace. But... Also, yeah, what Just Wondering said, all of these things are a part of a large plot that Suzaha told me about multiple times. How could I have known this? How could I have foreseen this?
残念だ。
I'm sorry.
そして
But at the same time, excited.
君の持つ
I
情
can't
報の
wait to see
全
all
部
the
を
information you possess.
私は早く知りたくてうずうずしているよ。
Go to hell.
これから君の
I'm
記
going
憶
to take
デ
a
ータを
copy of your memory data now.
君の記憶を
Your memories are going to
アメデウス
be used in the
システムとして
Amadeus system.
使わせてもらうんだ。
Interesting idea, right?
面白いアイデアだろ
But wouldn't the Amadeus? I guess they could they could decode the code or whatever of his brain. But I imagine the AI Okabe would never respond
そうすれば
that way.
君が
Even if
不
you
良の
die,
事故で死
your
んでも
memories will remain.
君の
In an unfortunate accident, quote unquote.
あは心配し
Don't
なくてもい
worry,
い
I'm not interested in
もと
killing
よ
you.
り人間というの
Humans
は
have far weaker security than
セキュリテ
Amadeus.
ィが甘いんだ苦痛を味わ
Once
う
they
と
taste pain, they'll gladly share information to escape it.
簡単に秘密保持の
Their
セキュリ
security
ティ
when
な
it
ど
comes to keeping
ないに
secrets
等
is
しい
practically non-existent.
拷問が通用
Torture
しない
doesn't work on
エンデウス
Amadeus,
より
which means it'll be far more difficult to
生身
deal
の
with
相手を
than
する
you.
方がずっと楽だ記憶データを取るのはバカ
The only reason I'm taking the memory data is to have a backup.
例えば
Even if,
君
for
が拷
example,
問に耐
you
え
were
きれず
unable to endure the
精神
torture
崩
and went
壊を
insane,
起こしてしまったとしても近い将
in
来
the near
記憶
future,
データ
we'll be able to
を
download
君
your
の脳
memories
に
back
ダウ
into
ン
your
ロード
brain.
して回復させ君も私の
You attended my
講演に
lecture,
参加
so you
してい
know
た
this,
から
right?
知っているまず記憶データ
We'll
を
start by getting that memory data.
その後で君自身からいろいろ
And
な
then
こ
you're
と
gonna tell me all
を教え
kinds
て
of
もらう
things.
予定
We're
だ
going to be busy.
忙しくさあリラッ
Now
クスして
relax.
そうでないとデータを
Otherwise, I can't extract the data
取
correctly.
得できないからね
You
そんな顔をしても
don't make that
誰も
face.
助けには
No
来
one
な
is
い
coming to help you.
ここは我々
This place is under Stratfo's
管
control.
理する場所だ我々以外
No
の
one knows about it but
誰
us.
も知らない誰もだ
No one. I was too stunned to think. There was nowhere to run. My knees shook in terror as I imagined what was about to happen to me. Maybe it would have been better to die. And then I felt sick as I remembered I was not fated to die until 2025. If no amount of torture could kill me, this was literal hell. Oof. Her head hurt. Maho knelt down, closed her eyes, and bit her lips to shut out the pain. There was an annoying noise in her head that wouldn't go away. It made the headache worse. No matter how much she covered her ears, she couldn't block it out. She wanted to scream from the pain, but she held it in because she thought it would only make the headache worse. Okabe do be dumb sometimes. Yeah, well, now he's just casually going to get 25 years of or 10 years of torture, so I mean, whatever. Good thing he didn't go back in the time machine, though. That would have been crazy. A bra moment, for sure. 10 years of torture. A bra moment. I mean, like I said, I get it that he's traumatized. I do feel like not knowing the true end of Steins Gate OG would kind of change my opinion differently here. But, I don't know. Steins Gate 0 teaching you what happens when you run away from your problems. She could hear a voice mixed in with the noise. It was the doctor's. Oh yeah, she totally got fucking brainwashed. Listen, you need to find Linthalo Okabe's secret no matter what it takes. If you can't, I'll have to kill him. You don't want that, right? You seemed to really like him, didn't you? Junko type B? Oh my god, yeah. One of the most disturbing scenes I think I've ever watched was the brainwashing in Danganronpa. Hopefully this wasn't similar to that. Me and AI Kurisu kept bringing it up after all. Even if you weren't interested in him originally, you couldn't help but think about him. That's how the human mind works. Goddamn. They're like gonna brainwash her into liking him. And to save him, I want you to find out what he knows. Well, this isn't even gonna save him either. What happened to AI Kurisu? He took out his phone during that with Amadeus. So the AI Kurisu must still be here on the phone. You mean the lobotomy? Yeah. Probably the worst thing I've ever watched. How many chapters are left? No idea. If you do that, I'm willing to bring him to my lab unconditionally. Maho, tell me everything you learned from him. You could say his future is in your hands. The voice and the noise were unpleasant. She couldn't really understand what the voice was saying. She could hear him speaking, but her brain refused to understand the meaning. It didn't matter. Maho had done something terrible to Okabe Rintaro. She'd sold him out to the doctor. And the fact that she knew it made her guilt worse. She wanted to disappear from the world.
Maho-san?
She was on a busy street in Akihabara in the early summer. She was leaning on the side of a building in a shade when she heard someone call her name. I knew it was you, Maho. Look at the little hat. A new hat.
Mayuri-san.
It's bad, Vibin. She didn't expect to see Mayuri here. Are you not feeling well? I'm fine. Have you seen Okarin? Huh? Maho went still. Mayuri's innocent question reminded her of her own stupidity and cowardice. Why? Her voice shaking. I haven't been able to get a hold of Okarin since yesterday. He hasn't gone home, he hasn't picked up the phone, and he's not answering emails or Rhyme. Daru says I'm worrying too much, but something doesn't feel right. So I left school early today, so I'm searching around town. It was only July, but it was pretty hot. She'd been wandering around all of Akihabara in this heat. Mayuri was a kind and pure-hearted girl. That was the impression Maho had. She would never betray someone or get jealous or let someone manipulate her. Do you want to know? Mayuri leaned forward. Maho, do you know where Okarin is? If you know, please tell me. Please. She bowed deeply. I see. And then she realized, and then she wished she hadn't. Mayuri was in love with Okabe. A dull pain ran down her temples. Fucking every girl is in love with Okabe. You really seemed to like Lintalo, didn't you? She could hear the noise in her head again. Just tell Mayuri everything. And then have this innocent girl tell you how horrible you are. Maybe you'll feel better. The idea raced through Maho's mind. Even as she knew it was wrong, she tried to hold back her headache as she opened her mouth. I was with Okabe late last night. Ooh.
岡部さんと一緒だったの。
That's gonna make it sound really bad.
そう
Were you?
ですか。
So where is he now?
オカリンは今どこに。
Mayuri gets hurt in every timeline. Even the one she lives, she gets hurt. Mayuri can't get a single W. Ever. Maho ignored her question.
岡部さんは昨日
This is what he told me last night.
私にこんな話をしてくれたわ。彼が経験してきた
He told me
別の
about
世界
another
におい
world
て
world he'd experienced, where you had died over and over again. Oof.
あなたは何度も
Don't tell her.
何度やっても助けられ
No
ず
matter what he did, he couldn't save you.
あなたは死に続けた。
You can't tell her this.
その悪夢のような
To escape that
ループから抜け出すために
nightmarish
あなたを
To save you.
救うために
It was like another person was speaking using Maho's mouth.
岡部さんは
Okabe sacrificed
クリスの
Kurisu.
ことを
He
犠
let her
牲に
die.
したんだってそんな話を
That's what he told me.
してくれた。
Mayuri already knows this though, right?
タイムマシンを
If
作り
he makes a time machine and tries to save
クリス
Kurisu
を
again,
もう一度救おうとすれば
he'll go back to all that.
またあの頃に逆戻りしてしま
You're
う。
hurting her. But the words don't stop.
岡部さんは
Okabe is
そ
so
のこ
afraid
と
of
を
that.
ひどくあなたを
He's doing everything he can to protect you.
必死でここは
This is the world he chose,
あなたを
after
守る
sacrificing so
ため
many
に
things to protect you.
あなたは
I'm sure he didn't tell you any of that
何
though.
も知らされていない。嘘。
That's not true.
そんな
No.
オカリン。
Ooh, oh, I thought she already knew. Mayuri was too shocked to speak. She looked like she was about to cry. Suddenly, Mayuri turned around and started to walk away with slumped shoulders. But she didn't ask about where he was, though. She wasn't like, hey, but okay, but where is he? Even from behind her, Maho could tell she was having trouble walking. The truth was so cruel that confronting it threatened her very identity. That's how it seemed to Maho. Maho was in a trance. It felt like there was a fog covering everything she saw. It was like out of focus, like a mirage. If someone told her it was a dream, she would believe it. The same was true of her own mind. She knew she should feel worse about what she'd just told Mayuri, but while she realized she hurt her, she felt no emotion. That was probably why she was able to say something so awful. And then the phone in her pocket began to vibrate. She looked at it and saw that it was from Amadeus, AI Kurisu. She felt a small, thin needle prick her paralyzed heart. She couldn't answer. How could she? She stared at the LCD screen, unable to move her fingers.
出られるわけ
How could I answer?
ないじゃない。
She couldn't let AI Kurisu see her like this. But even so, it felt wrong to just stay here. Maho decided to go after Mayuri. By the time she made it to the overpass, Mayuri was already gone. Since she was right in front of the station, there were so many people around, it would have been impossible to find her.
なぜ
Why did you come up to me?
私に声なんてかけなけれ
If
ば
you hadn't talked to me, you wouldn't have had to suffer.
私は
I'm not who I used to be.
もう以前の私ではなくなってしまったの
She
よ
looked down over the station and whispered to herself. And then saw someone in a distinctive outfit approach her. They were wearing a black motorcycle suit and black full-face helmet despite the heat. Yeah, this doesn't stand out. She thought it might have been a cosplayer, but instead of trying to take pictures, people nearby were avoiding them. Given a closer look, the person appeared to be a woman. Why? Even Maho could tell she had incredible proportions. Why does everyone say that? Good fucking lord. The woman walked under the overpass and vanished from Maho's view. And then she came up the stairs. She came right towards Maho. Maho quickly looked away, like the other pedestrians, and tried to run. But before she could, the woman in the motorcycle suit ran over and wordlessly grabbed her hand. There was a pain in her cheek. She was caught off guard and staggered. At first, she didn't know what happened. She rubbed her cheek, and only then did she realize that the woman in the suit had slapped her. You hurt Mommy, didn't you? Bruh. She still has a mommy complex like 20 years later. Good lord. She could hear a muffled female voice from within the helmet. I'll kill you. Her voice was calm, which only terrified Maho more. The professor told me about you, but it doesn't matter. I don't understand, why doesn't Kagari save Okabe? Because doesn't she know that Okabe being hurt and disappeared will hurt Mommy as well? What's she doing? Everyone just has to mention this woman's curves? Yeah, I know, right? I mean, she must be really fucking curvy if everyone's gonna notice it. Sorry, I gotta get a stretch in here. So she's in contact with the doctor? Oh, I know that. But that's why I'm saying, though, even though she's in contact with the doctor, unless, I guess maybe she's brainwashed as well. But I was gonna say, like, shouldn't she know enough about her mom since she's been kind of stalking them? As like, hey, if Okabe gets hurt by the doctor, that's gonna hurt Mayuri more. Because she was wearing a helmet, Maho couldn't read her facial expression. Since the visor was lowered, she couldn't even see her eyes. How fucking blacked out is this visor? Good lord. There was no answer to the question. Instead, the woman looked up as if she had noticed something. Maho looked up too. For a moment, brainwashing curves. For a moment, it seemed as if a black shadow had crossed the windows of the building. She could hear a helicopter. It was close. Guess Kagari is just as close-minded as Okabe. Fair enough. How long had the helicopter been there? She hadn't noticed. And then she felt the air change. The pedestrians were all looking towards the station in fear and shock. She could hear people saying things like, "What's that? Are they filming a TV show? Is this some kind of cosplaying event?" Something was going on. Maho stood up and looked. What is that? She found herself whispering the same thing as the others. There were 2 trucks painted a deep military green parked outside the station. Men were coming out, dressed in camo and carrying weapons. At first she thought it might have been the Self-Defense Force, but the men weren't Japanese. How could she tell? It was hard to believe that what she was seeing was taking place in Japan. The men in camo disappeared into the alleyways as everyone watched from a distance. They were heading toward the Radicon. Maho had heard from Okabe yesterday that the time machine was there. Was that Stratfo? Or Russia? Or perhaps another country's military? Were they here because Maho had told Leskinen that what she'd learned from Okabe? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was hit with another headache. It was her fault. Everything was her fault. Until a moment ago, everything had seemed so hazy, but now she felt crushed by her overwhelming guilt. If Okabe was right and World War III was going to begin here in Akihabara, it would mean it was because she gave the information he shared with her to Stratford. She suddenly realized that the girl who threatened to kill her had run down the stairs toward the station. Maho never did figure out who she was. And their phone started to vibrate. It was from AI Kurusu. Okabe, or Akihabara being an anime cosplay cultured town is the best place to secretly hide. Yeah, you just fucking invade as a neighboring nation, no big deal. Easy. She wanted to get away from the guilt, and so this time she picked up the phone.
Senpai! Chris.
Are you okay?
大丈夫ですか?
Aren't you gonna ask about, hey, when I called Okabe and he answered the phone, I saw you choking him the fuck out. What happened there? What was the deal with that? What do you mean? What happened? Nothing. But you're crying. Only then did she realize her eyes were overflowing with tears. I wonder how far back this mind control has gone, because remember, she also freaky in bed. She understands people have their kinks. Yeah, I guess so. But because if you remember back at the party at the beginning of the game, Maho started crying and wasn't aware of it. I felt like that was a red flag at first, but it wasn't until like much later did I finally realize, like, oh yeah, she's probably been like mind controlled the whole time. But I do specifically remember talking about brainwashing, and then she just started crying, and then Maho was like, huh, I don't know why I'm crying. So I wonder how long this has been going on. Years since Kurisu's death? The fog over her mind was totally gone, and all that was left was the guilt, the regret, and the headaches. My head hurts. You could say Okabe's future is in your hands. She heard the noise again. Where's Okabe? What happened to him? Who cares about Okabe? You tried to kill him. I saw it. Leave me alone. I can't. Leave me alone. I couldn't beat you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't be better than you. You know, Kurisu, I respect you. You're younger than me, but I think you're an incredible scientist. At the bottom of my heart, this is what I used to think. Why'd you have to show up? Why didn't you come 10 years before? Why didn't you come 10 years later? If it wasn't for you, I would have had a more peaceful life. These awful feelings wouldn't take control of me. Everything I thought I knew, you destroyed. Even though you're dead, you're still with me. I want to just be sorry that you're gone, but I can't. You're still this wall I can't overcome. My pride and stubbornness get in the way. The man I trusted the most took advantage of that to betray me, and then I betrayed a friend who trusted me. I can't even think straight. So leave me alone. She was getting far too emotional. Normally she'd never behave like this, but she couldn't stop. She heard an explosion in the distance. People around her started to scream and panic and run. The flames from the explosions were coming from the direction the men in camo had gone. Did they do it? The helicopter sounds were getting louder. Glimpses of their dark and agile bodies had flashed in and out of Maho's vision for a while. And then she started to hear the loud gunfire. It was more than one or two people shooting. There was a battle going on between many people taking place in front of the Akihabara station. It was the beginning of war. If what Okabe had said was true, Amane Suzaha might be near the time machine, and she might be caught up in the battle. She wondered about the woman in the motorcycle suit. She started to stagger forward. She still didn't know what she was planning, but she needed to take responsibility for what she'd done. The elevators in the Radicon were broken. Maho had no choice but to take the stairs to the roof. War never changes. What is Maho's plan here? Where is she going? Maybe the power had been cut, because the lights were off on every floor. She could hear sporadic sounds of gunfire from the floors above. Strangely, nobody came running past her to escape. There were several shops in the building, and of course, there should have been customers there. But despite that, since the elevators weren't working, had they all evacuated earlier, or were they all hiding somewhere and waiting for the terror to end? That was what she thought as she sweated her way up the stairs. Is this like suicide by military? Just before she reached the roof, she saw someone for the first time. Mommy. Mommies. Oh shit, did Mayuri die here? She was sitting on the stairs, cradling her knees. For some reason, her voice was muffled, but it did seem to be a woman's. Her head seemed big and round in the darkness. It was a moment before she realized it was a full-face helmet. That's when she realized it was the woman from before. Mommy? Where are you, Mommy? She seemed like a totally different person than the woman she'd met before. All she did was sigh and cry for Mother. Hey, what's going on? Mommy? Where are you, Mommy? Mommy! Tell me what's going on! She shouted louder, and only then did the woman realize she was there. She didn't even stand up. Mommy's gone. Yo? This route this is even worse than the future Suzaha foresaw. Mayuri's dead? The time machine destroyed. The time machine was destroyed. Who's your mom? Is it Amane Suzaha? No. It's Mommy Mayuri, of course. Maho's blood ran cold when she heard the name Mayuri. Mayuri's here? If that was true, she would have come here after she learned the truth from Maho. Oh, Jesus. This has got to be like the worst ending then, right? Mayuri's dead, Okabe's captured to be tortured for the next 10 years, Maho's brainwashed, the time machine destroyed. Fucking hell. It's my fault. Maho put her hands to her head. Good first route for you to choose? Oh, God. But I guess fucking Mayuri's fated to die a bit earlier, huh? It doesn't really matter. Okabe did all that to extend Mayuri's life by like another year. If I hadn't said that to her, Mayuri wouldn't have. The woman in the suit stood up and approached her menacingly. That's right. You got the info out of Okabe, and that's what began all of this. Well, maybe, Kagari, you should have fucking listened to Suzaha. Nobody fucking listened to Suzaha. This is why this is the worst timeline. Because nobody fucking listened to her. Daru didn't hook up with her mom. Okabe didn't take the time machine. Kagari couldn't get over her fucking mommy issues. Maho about to have PTSD? Well, Maho's about to do her best Kurisu impression on the 7th floor here. Give me back my mommy! The girl grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground. There wasn't anything she could say. Mommy! When she didn't answer, the woman let go and fell to the ground, crying. Things would be so much easier if she had just killed me. Her mind was in such chaos, she couldn't stop herself from thinking it. She couldn't stay calm. The last thing she clung to was...
Chris. Senpai.
The AI made from Makise Kurisu's memory data. Maybe she was still thinking about their last discussion, because she seemed upset. She wasn't saying anything. So Maho gave up the last of her pride.
Chris.
What do I do? Too much has happened. There's nothing I can do on my own anymore. I want to take responsibility for what I've done. We're gonna have to work with Kurisu to make a time machine and undo this shithole. And she realized she was still being proud and corrected herself. She asked herself, what do I want to do? I want to save Okabe. I want to save Mayuri. I want to apologize to both of them so they'll forgive me. And Kurisu. I want to save you too. So help me, please. You're asking me for help? AI Kurisu's eyes were wide. Her pride had kept her from ever asking Kurisu for help before, and it was the same with AI Kurisu too. Knowing AI Kurisu's personality, if Maho asked for help, she'd use every bit of her brain power she had. Come on, tell me. You can give me a solution, right? Well, she doesn't know entirely what's gone wrong. That's why they said Makise Kurisu was a genius. She was a woman who made the impossible possible. Maho waited for AI Kurisu's answer. The last hope. The last thing left in Pandora's box. She waited for AI Kurisu to give her the answer, but... it's impossible. Maho was struck dumb for a moment. She realized how selfish she was being and hated herself. She'd expected too much of AI Kurisu and tried to put all the burden on her. Just a few moments ago, she'd been the one who rejected her. This route is the recommended first one. Is it really? Oh, like get the bad ending out of the way? That way you don't have a roller coaster of emotions? I guess, is there a specific... what was the trigger that I hit for this route? Answering Kurisu's call or something? You're right. Do the true ending last? Well, yeah, of course. Of course that's what you'd say. I'm sorry, Kurisu. I was so horrible to you. Then I stupidly thought you'd help me unconditionally. I'll help you unconditionally. What? What'd you say? I can't turn down a request for help from you. And I want to save Okabe and Mayuri too. But then... I'd love to help, but... unfortunately, my help would make things worse. I'm being constantly monitored by Stratfo. Constantly? Whenever I'm talking to someone like this, all the info is transferred to Stratfo. There's a hidden function in the Amadeus app that does that. Even Maho hadn't known that existed. So if you try to help Okabe, the doctor will know all about it. But then what do I do? If you're willing to take advantage of that, there is something we can do. Senpai, will you trust me? Yeah. You're all I've got. By the way, I'm sure this conversation is being monitored as well. Huh? But if they know you're helping me, there are three possibilities. They take my data off the server and isolate me. Overwrite my data with an older version of my memories. In the worst case, they delete me entirely. Don't worry. You're capable of standing on your own 2 feet. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about you. I have nothing but data. But thank you. The AI Kurisu on the screen bowed and smiled. I'm proud I was able to work with you, Maho. Don't talk like it's the last time we're going to see each other. Well, it might be. Then how are you helping? What's happening? I hate you. You always do this. You always go and leave me behind. But that's who Makise Kurisu was. When Maho had asked for her out, both she and AI Kurisu should have been prepared. That's why. Someday I'll catch up to you. I'll surpass you. Just you wait. Yeah. She says sarcastically, knowing it will not happen. AI Kurisu smiled once more and disappeared. Maho wiped away her tears and thwapped the crying girl next to her on the head. How long are you gonna keep crying? I've already got my tears out, apparently. You want to save Mayuri, right? So help me. Help you? First, we need to find Okabe. He should be able to show us how to get out of this. But do you know where Stratfo's hideout is? I don't. Neither do I. Okay. But Maho grabbed the girl by her hand and helped her up and then raced down the stairs. I don't know. But my friend is gonna find me the answer soon. She told me to believe in her. Makise Kurisu wouldn't betray me. As soon as she left Radicon, she got a message on Rhine. The gunfire was continuing as she hurried away, and she looked down at her phone. Okabe is in the basement of Tokyo Denki. I just learned this now. I followed their monitoring to find their location. Oh, I got a little misty-eyed there. Take care of Okabe for me. Teach that damn pervert of a professor what happens to peeping toms who watch me all the time. When she read it, she smiled despite everything that was going on. Thank you, Kurisu. Thank you. She clutched the phone tightly, then quickly changed gears. I found the hideout. Damn, taking credit for Kurisu's work already. Tell me where. I'll go there and kill everyone inside. Maho shivered at the ice in her words. This girl was crying for mommy like 15 seconds ago and is like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking raid an American like military hideout. She felt a bottomless madness coming from the woman in the motorcycle suit. But for now, she had to cooperate with her. There was no way she could get Okabe back from Leskinen on her own. Let's go. She needed to take responsibility for the future she'd created to avoid that cruel future. Maho ran through the streets of Akihabara, where a war was already beginning. Damn, Okabe can't catch a fucking break. A voice. I could hear a voice. Someone was calling my name. I slowly woke up and turned towards it. Maho was standing in the darkness. She had a smile on her face that was lonely and sad. I'm sorry. You're not gonna see me again. If I'm around you, I might betray you again. Man, this is a sad ending even for Maho. Listen. I know this is selfish, but I want you to do something for me. Find Steins Gate. While you were captured, something terrible has happened to the world. Mayuri and Suzaha are both missing. Kagari and I went to the Stratford hideout to save you. Kagari died. She took several of them with her. The doctor was the only one to escape. Amadeus was deleted too. This is all just too much, isn't it? But now you're the only hope. Please. I know it's horrible to just leave all this to you, but reach Steins Gate no matter what. So what happens to Mom? Okay, Okabe. Oh god, does she kill herself because of the brainwashing? Does she look more pale than usual? I think it's just the pure black background. We usually, most of the backgrounds have a bit more of a white hue to them. Farewell. I woke up on top of blankets laid out on the floor of a hospital. The rooms and even the halls outside were overflowing with wounded people. There weren't enough beds, so blankets were placed on the floor. Where was I? I thought I was back to the other world line with the war, but I wasn't. According to the news on TV, there had been a terror attack in Akihabara. A special forces group from another country had gone on a rampage, and it was something like out of a war. The incident had come to an end and the mysterious special forces unit disappeared, but many were wounded or dead after. I didn't really remember how I got here. So pretty much the only people left are Okabe and Daru then, huh? The last thing I remembered was being locked up and horribly tortured by Leskinen. My whole body ached, in fact. So he was being tortured. I kind of expected Okabe to just give up the info, to be honest with you. And, like, full surrender. Then I remembered what Maho had said to me in the dream. Was that real? Maho saved me? She mentioned Kagari? I patted down my pockets and found my phone was still there. I tried to call Mayuri. If the dream was real, Mayuri was missing. That was impossible. I had chosen this world line so Mayuri would survive. If nothing else, it was guaranteed she'd make it to 2036. She couldn't die today. No matter how many times I called, she didn't pick up. I forced myself to stand and leave. I went to the roof. It seemed I was at the Ochiam Hospital where Fubuki had stayed before. Okabe knows who Kagari is, right? Yeah. The morning sky was amazingly clear. I could see Akihabara in the far distance. There were pillars of smoke rising. I shivered at the sight. Even from here, I could tell how fierce the battle must have been. The world's history was proceeding as John Taitor had prophesied. I tried calling Mayuri again, but nobody picked up. My next move was to call Daru out of desperation.
もしもし、オカリン。
Okarin!
よかった。
Good, you're alive.
お前こそ
You too.
よく無
Glad
事だ
you're
ったな
safe.
ラボの近くは案外
Things are
静かだった
surprisingly quiet at the lab.
今どこだ
Where are you now?
逃亡中。
On the run.
秋葉からは脱
I
出
left
したよ。
Akihabara.
そうか
I see.
フェイリスタンとルカ氏とは
I've
連
got in
絡
touch
取
with
れ
both
た。
Ferris and
二
Luca.
人とも避難
Both
し
of
た
them
って
have
さ。
evacuated. Oh, I forgot. I honestly forgot about Ferris and Luca. They've been so uninvolved.
なあ、オカリン。
Hey, Okarin.
スズハとマユ氏が
I can't find
連
Suzaha and
絡つかない
Mayuri.
んだ。昨日の事件で
And the
タ
time
イム
machine
マ
was
シンも
completely destroyed.
跡形もなく
There's
壊され
nothing
ちゃったし、
Not even a piece of scrap.
スズハの語った未来よりも
Things
世
are
界
moving
の
so
動
much
きがず
faster
っ
than
と
Suzaha
速
told
いよ。
us they would. Is that true? I feel like Suzaha made it quite clear things are going to start happening pretty fast. I also thought when Suzaha held Okabe at a gunpoint and was like, hey, if the timeline shifted, it means it's begun. So, I don't feel like I feel like, again, we're still in the nobody fucking listening to Suzaha route. Where things are happening right on pace. Because she was like, hey, when you passed out, the timeline shifted, which means it started. And everyone went, meh. Fucking listen to her. She came from the future. She knows what's going on. So it wasn't a dream. While I was unconscious, Maho said goodbye.
な
Hey, Daru.
俺は
Am I
普通に生きることす
not
ら
allowed to live a normal life?
許されないのかなこうなることは
I was ready for this to happen.
シュタインズゲートではなく
I'm the one who chose a
第
world
三次
where
世界
World
大
War
戦が
III
訪れ
occurred
る世界
instead
線
of
を選んだ
Steins
の
Gate.
はだからって
But I never thought I'd survive and
俺が生き
everyone
残っ
else
て
would die. Why?
みんないなくなる
Why? It was explained to you. What do you mean? What do you mean it hurts? Fucking, can we get the brick up here again? I didn't think everyone would die in World War III. I thought when those 5 billion people died, it would just be me. Like, he knows he lives till 2025, and we know World War III happens now. An absolute Oka brick moment. We need to give the brick a black suit. Yeah, I should start fucking Photoshop. I gotta improve this sprite. Oka brick is becoming common enough for it. I think we gotta update this bad boy. Suzaha gave exposition? I wasn't listening. Oh well, nothing bad will happen. A series of bruh moments have transpired. Oka brick moments, one would call them. This isn't fair. Were the laws of God never going to forgive me, no matter what? Was it that much of a sin to escape the wheel of fate? If it was, then why not just curse me? New short idea? What's that?
僕はタイムマシン作るよ。
The stream definitely just lagged, right? Or no? I'm going to make a time machine.
ダル
作るしか
I don't have a
ないだろう。
choice. Remind me of the stream idea, Wandering. Okabe's super dumb here, but I think he thought Mayuri would survive since it was confirmed by Suzaha. I mean, she's still alive, but she's just been kidnapped, which, I mean, isn't necessarily wrong.
これで終わりにできるかよ。
I can't let the world end this way.
オカリンはどうす
What are
る？
you going to do, Okarin? The smoke was still rising over Akihabara. Well, who's gonna go back to the past? You didn't fuck Yuki. You loser! And now we don't have Suzaha. I stared at it all in shock.
俺は俺
The tears welled up. I fell to the ground. I didn't have the strength to stand. I couldn't answer Daru's question. No matter how hard you try, and no matter how hard you work for things to change, everything converges back to the way God desires. You're wasting your time struggling against it, Daru. I'm so tired. Is that true? Though? Because you obviously saved Mayuri even though God's desire was for her to die. I need to sleep a little. There's still a few years before World War III really begins. My dude is about to fucking procrastinate stopping World War III. I mean, I know my procrastination is bad, but it's not fucking... World War III is not on the line. There's 14 years left before I die. I'll live my life averting eyes from reality and not wasting my time with a fight that can't be won. That's the only end fitting for a person like me. I'm sorry, Maho. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry, Kurisu. All his fucking waifus. Not even apologizing to Suzaha? Fucking nobody listening to Suzaha. Oh my god. Forgive me for giving up. Is that the end? Oh my god, and the credits are just silent for this. Oh no, there's some piano. Worst ending. Yeah, he gives the fuck up ending? I'm sure there's a post-credit scene, but... Bruh? I thought this was still gonna end up with some kind of ending. What'd you think of the Leskinen route? That's pretty brutal. He just gives up? No post-credit scene? So that's the Leskinen. I would have expected it, I don't know, to get more brutal or something. Not to just be him going, fuck it, I'm out. Yeah, I mean, definitely a bad ending. Geha's stigma is Steins Gate backwards, Lamau. That's actually kind of crazy that that's just an ending. No scene after. We're just done. We just gave up. I mean, yeah, obviously we gotta get other endings. We're not just gonna do that. I am curious that that's how nuts. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. The nuts ending. I'm curious as to what triggered this ending. Because this is the opposite. I mean, apparently this is the good ending to get first, but like this is the opposite of what I would have liked. The just absolute give up ending. Yeah, I saw the guide. Extra was added. CG library added. Sound library added. Took 24 hours to get a shitty ending, bruh. Oopa Tunes, that's actually really funny. Feels like we actually did get a good amount of the CGs. I like that you can listen to the CG or listen to the soundtracks. Yeah. Very interesting, though. I wasn't really expecting that to be an ending. The phone wave. Name subject to change. Are you winning, son? As World War III starts and Okabe gives up? No. No, we are not winning. I think this is the ending you enjoyed the most. Definitely a very, like, null ending. The balls for this to be an ending, though. For it just to be over. Done. Interesting. The microwave oven that can be remote controlled by cell phone. By chance, it gained the ability to send D-mails. Emails that could go back to the past. After you arrived in the Beta World line, Okabe destroyed it and disposed of the remains. I knew these interesting are different than what we thought. So it looks like this ending gives you the You love the Steins Gate movie? Are you talking about the, like, Deja Vu one where Kurisu's kind of the protagonist? Because if so, yeah, I love that one. I thought it was really good. Weird that these are all, like, not in the same thing. I remember how you get this now. But like most like True End the most. I mean, yeah, it's got to be the popular one because True End's obviously the good one. So, without even, like, spoiling stuff, right? Like, so if I don't want to look at this guide to spoil things, right? Oh, it doesn't even, like... Oh, yeah, so if I do... So if I just go back to the first locked save, and I don't answer the Kurisu call, that would put me on another route, right? Like, I could just do that. Definitely, I am kind of glad that I got this ending first, though. Just the worst end. I'm glad we got this one. Because I would get depressed if, like, we got a couple other ones, and, like, right before the true ending, they were like, everything sucks. So, yeah, I guess we're good. We got that. I don't like it as an end. I don't like Okabe just giving up. I mean, I get it, but I would rather not. It's too real, which makes it sad. Interesting. Lintalo, I have come to break the remains of your resolve. Oh my god, this guide that you sent me actually looks kind of complicated. Actually, never mind. No, it's not. This is actually nice and entirely spoiler-free. It literally just tells you what to do. Rip Maho's effort too, yeah, and Kagari dying to save Okabe, so he can just live a life of stagnation. Forever condemning Mayuri and Suzaha to be tortured, or whatever the fuck's going on with them being kidnapped. Ihana's stigma is a killer name. It is. But yeah, I feel like they're just being a blank null ending is a good spot for the stream to end for the day. We've been going for 6 hours, so it's been a pretty decently long stream. So did chat guide you to this ending, or were you lucky? Chat did not guide me to this ending. I got this ending purely because I wanted to talk to Kurisu more. Because I was talking about how much the AI companion character is my favorite character archetype. Well, just companion characters in general. Like, I love the, like, secret companion character that only the protagonist knows about. Is my favorite archetype of character. I love that shit. So when the choice came up to talk to Kurisu again, when the game was like very clearly like, this is the decision point, I was like, well, yeah, I'm gonna fucking talk to her. We were doomed when Kubai was nerdy about the AI character, yeah. But I've mentioned before, like, I love that kind of character. And I will say my only disappointment was with this route is it seemed that all the character development between Okabe and AI Kurisu happened off screen. It seemed like when we were in other characters' perspectives is when we were talking to AI Kurisu. So I didn't really like that. I kind of wished it was developed a bit more like on screen, but I will reserve judgment. That's just like my initial impression, because who knows, you know, on the other routes maybe we do get a little bit more AI Kurisu. So I'm not gonna, you know, obviously no final judgment. We still got 5 endings to go, so stay tuned for those streams. Remember to subscribe and hit the bell button to make sure you don't miss out on the rest of the ending streams. Stay tuned. I feel like all the development would have been identical to Steins Gate, even if it has different memories. I mean, it would have been similar, but it would have been interesting where we could like kind of dive into the trauma of Okabe as he's like reliving their relationship, right? I think that would have been cool. Where he's like kind of figuring out, oh shit, you know, like, you know, this is maybe like what I've lost, but maybe they didn't show the relationship there because this is the give up ending, and obviously building the relationship between him and Kurisu again is going to build his resolve to at least attempt to save her, so maybe they can't really include that in the bad ending route, so we're not going to maybe really dive into that more, and it'll be in other endings. So again, not going to give any harsh judgments yet. But these are just my initial, like, first ending impressions, right? Because what would be the point to get an emotionally impactful ending like that and then just go, alright, cool, see ya. Like, we gotta talk about it a little bit. And that's my, like, major critique. But I can see why, if, you know, this is the give-up ending, that they can't really allow that relationship to develop. Because then it might anger some people of, like, oh, he gets so close to AI Kurisu and is like, fuck it. I'm still going to give up. So they don't want the player or the reader to get too attached. Because then it would make people maybe more angry that he's giving up instead of just being like, fuck, man, shit's fucked. Like, there can't be the light at the end of the tunnel, I suppose. Or he rekindles that, like, his love. And, like, the love breaks through his nihilism. So, very interesting so far. Very curious to see how things go. But yeah, I enjoyed it. What happened to AI Kurisu? She got deleted by Stratfo when she revealed Okabe's location to Maho. AI Kurisu was erased. And then in return for all that effort, for Kurisu to completely be wiped from existence, for Maho to live out her life in solemn depression for what she's done, for Daru to attempt to build the time machine on his own, bam, that's what we get. End. Okabe can't live without his waifus, yeah. I mean, Ferris and Luca live. Kinda. Let's say theoretically Daru still somehow completes the time machine. I mean, I don't know how they can even go back and change it without Okabe. If he's not on board, it doesn't matter. I will say I'm very interested and I am pretty excited to learn what's the turning point. Like, when do we get Okabe back on the track? Back on track to save the world, to save Kurisu. I guess, yeah, saving Kurisu is the better way to phrase that, right? Because he doesn't care about saving the world. He just wants to save Kurisu, which will save the world. But, right, he's not a hero. He just wants to save his waifu. So I am very excited to learn, like, what that moment is. I think that'll be really cool. But Daru will form the resistance and shoot Suzaha back to 2010. But how? He didn't hook up with Yuki. There's not going to be a Suzaha. And this, like, ending, right? The bad end. Reading this with you made me enjoy it a bit more. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I'm glad it's like giving you a better appreciation for it. Enough to bump it up, but maybe it will. Yeah, I mean, plus you're getting time to like, because I stop and like talk about random shit, right? So it gives you time to like think about some of the things, and maybe I've got a different perspective where I ask some questions or make some points that you hadn't considered in the story, or something like that to give you a different idea, perspective of it. So that's fun. It's fun to like watch through and read along with people. That's why I like talking with you guys too, because you guys make comments or notes about like, yeah, hey, I don't think this or I don't think that, and it reminds me of some other point, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, you know. So I end up getting more information than maybe I would have myself. But yeah, I think that's what I'm most looking forward to about this game. Is the moment where Okabe finally goes, alright, shit, yeah, I gotta go back and save her. I think, because we already know the moment where he sends the D-mail video back in the OG Steins Gate, so, like, I'm not as hyped for that. Like, obviously that's, like, the big climax, but we kind of already know that's happening. And so, like, while that'll be really cool when we get to it, I'm sure, I think the thing I'm most looking forward to out of this game is the moment where Okabe finally stops giving up. I want to know what that is, so I'm excited for that. Because that's obviously going to be the big difference maker. And then, yeah, I mean, obviously the cliche, like, climactic, happy ending, it will be cool, but we already kind of know that. So that's the point I'm looking forward to the most. Is finding out the why, the what happened. The who's and the what's it's. You know what I mean? What's the trigger? But yeah. That'll be it for the stream today, I think. Yeah. Thanks for coming. I don't even know what to say. Like, it does kind of, it's a good ending, but the fact that it's you know, such a nihilistic give up ending, it's hard to have, I guess, a lot of enthusiasm for the outro here. But yeah, thanks for watching with me, you guys. Hey.com. See you at the last minute. When's next stream? Well, tomorrow I'm going to be streaming the Game Awards, so come by for those. I'm awarding games tomorrow, yes. So we'll be streaming. Double check, again, subscribe, hit the bell button so you know exactly when I'm streaming. From what I read, but I quickly Googled the article while doing this stream live, so I didn't really get for sure confirmation, but I think I'll probably just start the stream. I'm going to start it a bit before the Game Awards actually start, so all of us can kind of chat about what game is getting what award and the nominees and things like that. So I'll start it a bit before the show starts, and then the show will start. We can watch the award show and the trailers and all that stuff together. So tomorrow will be a react stream, but I believe we'll be starting at my normal stream time. But I will double check. And then probably Friday we'll start up another Steins Gate, I think. I think Friday will be another Steins Gate. Yeah, probably Friday will be the next Steins Gate 0 stream. I think. I'm like 90% sure. Again, subscribe, hit the bell button to make sure. Maybe Friday I do the Pokemon stream, because I might have cleared the Pokemon map. But I actually don't think I will have cleaned it up in time, so probably Friday we'll do some Steins Gate 0 again. So tomorrow, it's my yearly stream where we react live to the Game Awards, so come to that. Hope you guys will enjoy that. Those are always like some of my favorite streams every year, is to react to the cringe of the Game Awards and make fun of all that shit. So I hope you guys will join me for that. And subscribe and hit the bell button to see those streams tomorrow. I've mentioned that a dozen times, huh? Like the video too if you can, help boost this. Actually, I don't know if it'll even be in the YouTube algorithm because it's got so many copyright strikes on it. But join the Discord channel too if you guys want to keep chatting even after the stream is over. I heard the Game Awards aren't going to be long this year. Oh. Well, I guess if it's not too long, maybe I'll just start playing some random fucking Steam games. Or something. I don't know. We'll have fun. We'll chat. We'll figure some stuff out. Either way. See you guys then. And then if I don't see you in the stream, I'll talk to you in the Discord after the stream's over, or leading up to the Game Awards tomorrow. I can update in the Discord what time the awards are going to be and everything, so you guys can know for sure when I'm streaming. But I'm going to probably... I think it might just be the stream will just start at my normal time. We'll see. Keep an eye out. And I will see you guys tomorrow and Friday for more Steins Gate 0. Have a good night, everyone.